They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave. Fly, brother, heading clear to takeoff. Go ahead, clear to takeoff, watch your right.
Welcome, everybody, to a cold and snowy Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. Who's ready for some live plane spotting today on MSP Airport Live? We're going to have all the action from one of the busiest Delta hubs in the country, the main operating base of regional delight Sun Country Airlines, all from one of the best vantage points an AvGeek can get here at the aircraft viewing area at MSP Airport. I'll tell you what, it's a little bit of a balmy day today. But the winds are not really much of a factor. And you know what? It's not that bad outside. I think we're going to have a lot of fun today with the live winter plane spotting on MSP Live. Glad you could all join us today. My name's Alex. I'll be walking you through everything that we will catch on this installment of MSP Airport Live. We have a lot of landings, so arrivals are going to be a primary focus today. We'll also have plenty of heavy action, too, kind of sprinkled in throughout the broadcast as well. And for our wonderful audience that is in the Twin Cities and the surrounding area up here in the north, hope you guys are staying warm. We are going to be plunging into the deep cold later this week. Who's ready for that? Yeah? No. I'm not. To be honest, yeah, no thanks. Well, the good news is that after a brief cold snap, we should be warming right back up at the beginning of next week. Maybe about Monday, and that's when we can expect to go live next, you know, if things pan out the way that they do. Good morning, everybody. Well, actually, we'll be into the afternoon hours here pretty soon. I was about to say good afternoon, but it's morning. It's AM. Oh, and we're going to get de-icing. Yes, we are. I'm going to snap to that right away. How about that? Some 757 de-icing action to start the morning off. We also have two A350s on the move, and I'll tell you what, boy, is this show getting off to a wallop of a good start. We've got some snow removal as well. Now, when we were live earlier this week,
turn right heading 215.
Oh, yeah, we saw these guys around here blowing snow as they typically do. Mac is hard at work in the wintertime, and they put all that expensive equipment to use. So when it comes to the snow removal equipment here at Minneapolis St. Paul International, no expense is spared with these mighty machines. So on the 1-2 left, de-ice pad, Delta 121 Heavy off to Tokyo is getting de-iced.
Okay, that's 4108, turn right, enable, join pop, contact ground, please.
Liam says hello from upstate New York. Well, in your neck of the woods, it's good afternoon. It's 12:45 p.m. Eastern. Good morning here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. How are you doing? Hockey Ref says hello from Mesa, Arizona. I'll tell you what, I'd probably like to be in that part of the country right now, maybe just a little bit warmer climate than what we're dealing with right now. 15 degrees Fahrenheit is the current temperature. Hope you are having a good week so far.
Tower Scouts 3778, now less 1226, ground push approved, runway 12 left.
B Green 1958 says below zero weather is on its way. Indeed it is.
3778, Minneapolis Tower, 1505, runway 12 right, clear to land. That's right.
Daniel Swanson says, good morning, everybody. Thanks, Daniel, for hopping into the chat to help moderate today. So is RJ Bean, our co-host. A little bit more of a reserve role in the wintertime. Isaac Trade says, good morning, y'all. Good morning from MSP. Hope your week is going good, Isaac. And Gordon, one of our awesome members, saying, good morning, fellow Av Geeks from sunny Toma, Wisconsin. I know where Toma, Wisconsin is. I've driven through Toma in that general area so many times. But can you guess where that is? I'll give you a hint. It's in the driftless area of Wisconsin. Gorgeous part of the state, by the way. Being western Wisconsin. Rolls Aviation says hello. Well, hello to you and good morning from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
17 landing. Wait for traffic off the departure and landing at the satellite airport. Alright, line up and wait there.
Well, Liam, I'm doing all right. I'll tell you what, for being a 15-degree morning, it's not too bad outside right now. Stay warm. Thanks for tuning in. Yes. Bradley Girl 23, I will certainly do my best to stay warm today. I've got a lot of my layers on and everything, so should be good to go. Gabe the Ducks is slow from Anoka, Minnesota. Trying to stay warm. Me too.
And Ground Delta 1545, ready taxi up.
Yeah, I've been up to Anoka a few times. It's got a very interesting downtown.
Runway 12 right, the ice pad, taxi via Delta Bravo, cross runway 22.
Halloween is big up in that neck of the woods
Delta Bravo, cross runway 22,
during that
Delta
time of year,
1545.
which we are well past.
Sun Country 9100, Minneapolis Tower and Lima 7.
Winds are pretty much calm
17,
here.
Traffic holds in position, continue Yankee into the pad.
So how about it?
Super 6 up ground speed via Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
Goes 4229 Minneapolis Tower, wind variable at 4, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Runway 6, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa cross runway 22.
Continue Yankee into the pad, contact ground 29, way out. Turn left when able, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
When able, join Alpha, ground point 9, 3778.
So there is Delta 171 Heavy. So it has patiently waited its turn on the 12 right de-ice pad. And now I think it is finally time to start the process. We'll see what that de-icing truck was doing. Maybe just checking it out for a second.
And I'm rare passing off your left.
12 right via Alpha, cross runway 22.
Judging based on the snow atop the cowling of the number 1 engine on the left side of the aircraft, I would assume that 171 Heavy, as you can see the snow there, I would assume needs a little touch up here, maybe needs some de-icing.
Alpha Charlie, hold short of 12 right, Delta 1322. We can expect 17 with that. All right, copy, thanks.
So, folks, if you are here checking in for all of the de-icing action, well, we're going to get some really good de-icing action here off the bat to start. Well, we already kind of did with the 757 that's right kitty corner next to our A350.
Did you need the ice? We do not need the ice, no. Push through from Hotel 9, and did you say runway 17 was closing? 3046. A terminal close top of the hour until 20 past. So you can expect runway 12 right for departure.
Ooh. So 17 is going to close for us. Okay. That's the west runway at MSP Airport, nicknamed the north-south runway. That's the runway that we really can't see much of. Now we can see quite a bit of the 3-5 end of the runway. Of course, you have to flip the setup around to try and catch it. I know that earlier this year, during the first phase of runway construction on our south parallel runway, which we're spotting right now, runway 35 on quite a few days was active for arriving traffic, so we were able to position ourselves more towards runway 4. Catch the arrivals on 35, which is really cool. Then the departures on runway 4. That was spectacular stuff. Boy, I'll tell you what, the construction craziness and all of the diversions from the summer, including the A380 that we had here from Lufthansa, Munich to Denver. We had the Antonov 124 back in March. That was incredible. This has by far been the craziest year of the decade for plane spotting here at Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's able to be a part of it and share a lot of these memories with you, a lot of these moments. It's been a lot of fun. It's been super special. It looks like 171 is going to start that de-icing process right now. Who's ready for some A350 de-icing? We're going to swing to the left, and we're going to catch our next arrival on runway 12 right. So also during today's broadcast, I saw on the flight schedule that the AirCal Retro will be in as well today. So if you guys are wondering if we're going to get anything special besides all of the winter magic that we are currently enjoying, we're certainly in for a nice treat. Oh yeah, and of course we've got the replays cooking today as well. We've got plenty of those arrivals on runway 12 right for you.
Charlie, Moscow, ground 29, you can go to the fire truck and tango up there and back there. Southwest 4207, back to Whiskey Delta, monitor ground 29. Whiskey Delta, monitor ground 29, Southwest 4207. Yeah, information Charlie and Tango current, altimeter 2998.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled de-icing program. I think I just spotted a couple flurries just now. I think we might be getting a few flurries today as well. How about that?
1430 Minneapolis Tower, 1605, runway 12 right for the wind. Runway 12 right for the land, up 1322.
Liam, I've been plane spotting since about 2018. Officially, I was into aviation kind of well before that, but when I started plane spotting, it was back in 2018. Now, I wasn't out regularly, but the pandemic certainly kind of shifted my motivation to get out here and catch stuff.
10, cross 12 right, join Whiskey 3795.
How uber rare is this? Key Lime Air and the Denver Air Connection paint job at ERJ145LR landed on the south parallel runway. How about that? Take one more look at it. Oh yeah, how cool is this?
2-150, right, clear to land. Direct. Go 3795, fly heading 150, runway 17, take off. 1266, runway 12 left, line, wait to traffic, mile. 1226, directional, shorter runway 12 left, ready. 4750, turn right when able, join Papa, contact ground point 9. Delta 1322, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Right heading 215 and departure now, Delta 1322.
Look at that, two A350s. Momentarily in the same frame. How about that? And then, of course, we get a 757 flying pencil coming in.
4226, runway 12 right for departure, now taxi via Alpha. All right, 12 right for departure via Alpha, Delta 2226.
You guys know what time it is. Replay time. I'll tell you what. Today's off to a great start, isn't it? Oh, there's just so much out here today. Runway 17 is now closed. And we've got Frontier headed out with some new engine option Airbus equipment.
Contact Spark. Denver 4628, fly heading 105, runway 12 left, so take off.
Hey, I think it's Gerald. Not really, though. Chipmunk.
12 left for departure. Taxi via
Be Hazel the Chipmunk.
and Whiskey Mike. Join Whiskey behind the Frontier. That'll be coming from your right. Hold short of runway 12 right. Going 12 left here. Zulu Whiskey 5.
Sorry, guys. Unable to warn you in time of the incoming photobomb that we had there by that truck on that service road. Oh boy, here we go. A350 time. Here's our first of two. A350 departures.
121 heavy, fly runway heading, runway 12 right, clear to take
right, Delta 121 heavy. Delta 24 on Alpha. Delta.
Delta 2134, let's jump back to Alpha, Delta, what?
Alpha, Delta, Quebec. Good morning, Delta.
You're at 3578 Minneapolis Tower, wind 140 at 5, runway 12 left, clear to land. Number 4952, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa from runway 22, direct possible heading up, roll up. 00 up.
Listen to the roar.
Delta 121 heavy, turn left heading 105, contact departure.
05, switch departure, Delta 121.
Number 4775, turn right when
We can expect a similar roar here from Delta 171 Heavy. By the way, both flights
45 good.
were scheduled to depart well in advance of us hitting the air.
We still expect that, or do they flop over?
But of course, because of the cold and the de-icing and just the chaos now at MSP with runway 17 closed, we're in a straight-up south flow. How about that?
4775, thanks for your pump.
All right, we got Endeavor Air coming in from Des Moines.
Frontier Flight 3046, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up way, traffic 10 on final.
Got a CRJ.
Oh, I don't want you right, Frontier Flight 3046.
Denver 4998, turn left when able, join Alpha, contact ground point 9. Subjet 655, Minneapolis Tower, wind 140 at 5, traffic will hold position, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear land.
All right, then of course we've got Prime Air. We've got them taxiing on Whiskey.
Runway 12 right, take off.
Am I heading? Take off.
They might hitch a right on Mike. And we've got Frontier. Hazel the Chipmunk now departing.
Alright, 12 right, then away, 20.6. Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross, runway 12 right, via Mike, Papa.
Cross, 12 right on Mike to do Mike Papa.
Brickyard 3578, turn right when able, join Papa, contact ground point 9. Frontier Flight 3046, contact departure.
Thanks, departure. 3046, thanks.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get some Pratt and Whitney thunder here from the 757.
575 Minneapolis Tower, 1406, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Delta 2226 is lined up with 12 right, ready to rocket off to Fort Myers.
Delta 2226, fly heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
2012 right, clear for takeoff. Delta 2226.
Secretary 9100, you can see combine the CRJ right to left at Papa.
Here's another CRJ, Secretary 9100.
Delta 2437, 12 left, pass 12 left for departure.
All right.
355, slow your final traffic position. Denver 4952, runway 12 left line of way traffic. Delta 2226.
That takeoff was a bit of a Smokey Joe, wasn't it, too? He had a little bit of visible exhaust out the back of those Pratt & Whitneys. All right, so Delta 171 Heavy now in view. Still working on that de-icing thing. Liam, thanks for the heads up. Air Canada 8718 to Toronto is delayed. There's a lot of delays. Well, and in this case, I think the delays were in our favor because we had 121 Heavy that recently departed to Tokyo. We'll have 171 Heavy after it gets done de-icing here. They'll depart to Seoul. Well, I'll tell you what, both of those A350s, they are late in leaving the Twin Cities.
12 right or 17. Procure 3578, taxi via Delta to the gate. Jet 655, turn right when able, taxi whiskey to signature, monitor ground point 9. Whiskey, signature, monitor ground point 9. Endeavor 4252, heading 105, contact departure. 12 right via Alpha, thank you much, Delta 1545.
We've got a biz jet, uh-oh. Oh boy.
Secretary 9100, Roger.
Hope whoever they're responding to that the party involves okay. Yeah, I think that truck was, maybe waiting to cross.
Engine 32, Minneapolis Tower on Alpha, ground 24.
So engine 32. Cleared to cross runway 22. I think they're headed to T1 for an emergency.
Turn right when able, join Papa, contact ground point 9. Sun Country 9100, fly heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. Blue Chico 275 on the scout taxi via Papa Delta.
Buckets.
Delta 314, turn left when able, join Alpha, contact ground point 9. Left, join Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 314.
All right. Some 717 action. They're a common sight here at MSP Airport, but their days in the Delta fleet are sort of numbered. Take another look.
Sun Country 9100, heading 105, contact departure.
Yeah, Brenda, saw your comment about the Denver Air Connection jets.
Delta 340, join Alpha.
It's a nice livery. I like the green and the blue, sort of the diagonal swoosh stripe.
Alpha Charlie, contact Delta 14. It was Fox 6. Delta 2238.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's one of the highlights of the day for me, I think. You know, I know obviously that the 350s or any of the heavy aircraft that we'll spot here, we'll have plenty of heavies sprinkled in throughout our broadcast today. That Denver Air Connection, I don't know, that's kind of standing out so far. So that fire engine is actually one of the service roads headed to Terminal 2. They are hauling. Out of view.
Heading 120, 12 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 1545.
All right, Delta 1545. Pre-cleared for takeoff. Nobody on final, or immediate final anyway, that I can see. So that Airbus will get up and out of here pretty briskly.
2575, 12 left, the ice pad taxi. 2575, runway 12 left, taxi to Papa.
Morning, now afternoon, Trevor.
2 left, Delta 2575. 4069, turn right when able, join Papa, contact ground point 9.
That's right. That's right, Liam. We got Big Sexy in the house, currently in view. That's my nickname for the A350. It's my second favorite aircraft ever produced of all time. It's the only aircraft in my top 5 favorite aircraft that I have flown on. Got to do it earlier this year, as a matter of fact.
Minneapolis Tower, left 148, outside clear, what's your right?
Left 148, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1606, or what's your right, line?
Good line, what's your right, left 148.
Drop. Delta 1545, flight 120, contact support. Hey, 120, good day, Delta 1545.
All right, back to some more de-icing. You know, I love it when we have a south flow, whether it be a straight-up south flow like we're experiencing right now,
2238, was that positive?
or even a mixed south flow, where we'll have aircraft frequenting the 12 right de-ice pad.
Hold short of runway 12 right. Bravo Charlie, hold short of 12 right for runway 17, Delta 2238.
Well, if you're looking for some winter spotting, this is the place to do it. Welcome, everybody, to Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota. If you're just joining us, my name is Alex. I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. Welcome aboard today. I'll tell you what, I mean, our show kind of started off really busy. I mean, we had 121 get out to Tokyo Haneda with the A350. This is Delta 171 Heavy that we're looking at getting off to Seoul.
5358, turn right.
I mean, after it gets de-iced, of course.
Ground point 9 as you go.
We've seen Frontier. We've seen arrivals and departures on 12 right. Got 757 action all throughout the day, too. The 757-300 to be specific.
75.
And we'll be on the air until about sundown. So we will be much enjoying the rest of what the daylight spotting will bring for us out here in the MSP Winter Wonderland.
161 Heavy, Minneapolis, Airport, final wind 1805, right, 12 right, clear line. Clear line, 12 right, Delta 161 Heavy.
And speaking of heavy traffic, Delta 161 cleared to arrive on 12 right. They're coming in from Amsterdam Schiphol, so we'll see the A330 touchdown here in several minutes.
I got traffic pushed out of Echo 3. Don't want to block them in. They should be moving here shortly. 2238, monitor tower now, 126.7. Tower 267, Delta 2238, yep.
All right, let's take a look at Alaska coming in. on 12 right. They've been utilizing the south parallel runway a lot more, as I've tended to notice, because typically Alaska, they'll pick the north parallel because that's technically closer to the concourse they'll be arriving here at Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, as we have one more look at our Alaska arrival from Seattle Tacoma.
Okay, Alpha Delta, hold short Charlie 5, lost 148.
Tower Delta 2238, point confirm we're cleared across 4 and 22 Atwood.
So how about that, Alaska with the MAX 8 equipment? I think typically it's a MAX 9.
Cross runway 22 Atwood, Delta 2238.
Oh, got a 757 kicking up snow here to my right.
Roger 17 is back to my control and open. Thank you. Ground up 2775, joining Alpha Charlie 5. 735.
All right, everybody. And as previously advertised, here comes Delta 161 Heavy from AMS. The 330-900 Neo is the assignment for equipment today on this particular service.
397, 9 left, 1 to right. 397, Minneapolis, 11203, or 1 to right, clear land 1 to right, 397. Yeah, 397, that traffic short final is a heavy Airbus crossing turbo. 397, run.
I'll tell you what, is there really a bad A330 landing? I'll tell you what, smooth as butter.
Delta 238, fly runway heading, runway 17, close to takeoff.
All right, de-icing. Boy, they've been at it for quite some time. Of course, when you're working on a jet that's well over 200 feet long, it's going to take a while.
It'll be just a second.
And you have to make sure that you cover every square inch of that jet.
161 heavy mass ground, Alpha tier gate.
So Delta 171 on the way to Seoul from Minneapolis, and Delta 170 on the way back from Seoul. That's the longest route in and out of Minneapolis, St. Paul. Then it would be Tokyo, Haneda. It's the other route with the 350.
1845, did you need DS? 1545, or correction, 1845, runway 1.
Oh, everybody needs de-ice.
Via Papa, cross runway 4.
Good afternoon, Chad.
Go 148, after the Embraer off your right.
Thanks for joining us today.
Make the right
Your
turn in. No delay past
week is
Echo
going
7,
well.
no ways to push.
Okay, we see them with their beacon on after Air Canada. We'll taxi to Echo 1, lost 140.
or correction 6220 maps gone, taxi via Papa Delta to 16.
All right, let's take another look at our incoming United Airbus A319. Wonderful.
Look around United 397 maps gone, taxi Alpha Delta short of Charlie 5, traffic's pushing in the alley. Alpha short of Charlie 5, 939.
And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful week. My name's Alex with MSP Airport Live. I want to welcome all of our new viewers, all of our regulars as well. Hope the month of December has gotten off to a pretty good start for all of you. I know on the channel here at MSP Live, it's certainly gotten off to a fabulous start. I'll tell you what, I am excited for the rest of this winter. And you know what? With the 4-2 bad, we're going to have plenty more scenes like this with the 350 get de-iced. Isn't that the coolest thing? I'll tell you what. Now, of course, probably a 747 getting de-iced would beat it, in my book anyway. All right, we got a 220 gliding down.
18, affirmative. Number 720 and that's coming up to you.
All right, let's take another look at our whale bus arrival.
So 2156, contact your home.
All right. We got another de-icing customer that will be getting all smothered in the fluid. Hey, it's our Canadian friends, Air Canada, taking its place on the 1-2 right de-ice pad. I think that this was our flight to Toronto that got delayed. Good to see that they have continued to progress through into the de-icing step before their departure, before they get out of here. Delays are never a fun thing. Well, I don't know, for some people. All right, how about that back-to-back A220 arrivals? Love the A220. I need to fly in an A220 one of these days. Who here has actually taken a trip on this jet? Because every review that I've heard of the Airbus A220 is a glowing one. And at worst, average.
11, Roger. Taxi via Alpha Delta. Alpha Delta to the gate, Delta. The 2156, what's your gate?
got the late notice to Fox 11. We're checking now.
Right, 2 Fox 11. Roger, yeah, hold right there because I might turn you on Bravo.
Okay, Delta 2158, cold position, checking on PH.
Delta 1050, company ahead
Got
there.
an arrival
just on the
catching my
taxiway
attention
standard,
here on the
Fox
north
11
parallel. I
also,
think that might be
you might wanna
WestJet.
check. I actually show you at Charlie 13 now.
Yes, it is. We've got WestJet.
Charlie 13 for you.
This is runway 12 left.
Total 4004, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 6.
It's in the older paint scheme. I like WestJet's newer livery a lot better than their previous brand image.
1050 taxi via Alpha Delta.
This livery is certainly far from offensive, but I just think it looks a little uninspiring. But that's just my opinion.
2156, continue Delta to your gate.
There are people who like this look.
Correction, United 397.
Actually better than their
Behind
current
the
one.
Embraer,
I've run into a
make the
couple of
right
those
turn into
folks.
parking. Embraer, right turn into parking.
Can't go wrong with the classics sometimes, I'll tell you what.
Delta 5812, Minneapolis ground, runway correction, gate 19, taxi via Delta, and hold short of whiskey for now.
Delta, hold short of whiskey. Delta main 5812. WestJet 1530, taxi pop to the gate, parking Charlie 10 today.
All right, let's take another look at our arriving CRJ that just touched down from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
5, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9.
05 Alpha Point 9.
From the Steel City to the Mill City.
Great, 216 minutes ground, taxi Alpha Delta in Quebec.
Hello, J. Rowe and Megan. Thanks for tuning in. Trevork as well. Good afternoon to everybody. Roger Williams. Also, good afternoon.
Ground Delta 2437, 1 to left head, ready for departure.
We also got Timothy Jackson in here as well.
Number 37, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa. Taxi via Papa.
Good afternoon. Oh, nice. The Delta A220-100 was your dad's flight coming in from San Jose. Glad we were able to catch it. There we go.
Who's that? Delta 1050 is looking for further taxi. 1050 and right turn on Quebec to your gate is Charlie 13, correct? Quebec to Charlie 13, Delta 1050.
Sean says hello from BJI. That's Bemidji.
Minus 5812, turn right on Whiskey and hold short.
Greetings from
of
Minneapolis,
runway
St. Paul.
12 right at Whiskey 5.
Turn on whiskey, short of 125, whiskey 5, Delta main 5812.
Don't make the 5812 at Whiskey 5, hold short of runway 12 right.
Whiskey 5, hold it short. Main 58.
Delta Main 5812, thanks. Now monitor tower 126.7.
126.7, 5812.
Airport 899, runway 12 right, Alpha 7, Alpha Delta.
4899 minutes ground, taxi via Alpha Delta in Quebec.
Okay, Delta 171 has completed the de-icing process and will be strutting its stuff to runway 12 right momentarily for departure.
So 3518 heavy mass ground, runway 12 left, de-ice pad, taxi via Delta, hold short to runway 12 right. Delta, hold short, 12 right, Delta maintenance 3518 heavy. Dutch 682 mass ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Whiskey 5, hold short of runway 12 right. You're behind the traffic.
Sean VW, one of some members, saying hello from Sacramento, California. All right. Happy Thursday, by the way.
5812 crossing 12 right and Whiskey 5 and over the gate.
Jet 682, runway 12 right as requested, taxi via Whiskey Cross, runway 4.
12 right. Thank you very much.
Sun Country 605, wait for the Delta Heavy to pass your tail in about 30 seconds. Then your push is approved for runway 17.
All right, let's go check out Air Canada here.
Heavy passenger tail, push approved for on 7 Country 605.
Delta maintenance, correction, Delta 3518 heavy on Delta. Hold short of Whiskey, you'll be one pass in your nose.
This is Delta maintenance 3518 heavy, will hold short of Whiskey.
So we'll keep an eye on...
You need the 12 left pad for de-icing?
That is correct, 12 left pad for de-icing.
Shuttle 4004, Minneapolis.
Anyway, Air Canada.
Heading 120, runway 17, clear for
I
takeoff.
think it's about ready to get de-iced here.
798, Roger. Wait for 2 RJs to pass off your left and continue pop it to your gate. Just turn in behind the second RJ.
G-Man 5051, good afternoon. Oh boy. I think we might have a surprise guest that'll be joining us here for a little bit. So our co-host, RJ Bean, has just arrived at the viewing area, all bundled up, so we might get somebody riding shotgun for our broadcast. All right, we've got a Delta A350 that maintenance is currently taxiing right now.
Maintenance 3518 heavy, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower 126.7, Delta maintenance 3518 heavy.
24 Minneapolis, runway 12 right, clear land, wind 1604. Shuttle 4004, contact port, good.
So they're going to go over to the north parallel de-ice pad.
Runway 3518 at Delta Cross, runway 12 right. Delta Hotel in Quebec, up there, 12 left pad.
Yeah, hopefully Delta 171 can get going here.
Alpha, Mike, and Papa.
12 left, Papa, like Papa does, good morning.
3518 heavy bank, that's going to be Delta Bravo Hotel in Quebec Cross, runway 422 as well.
G-Man, who determines when de-icing is needed? I actually don't know the answer to that question, but certainly do some digging around on it. If I were to take a guess, I think it depends on the company policy, just with conditions. Of course, if it's below freezing, you're going to want to get de-iced. Largely depends on the weather, of course. So the orange de-icing fluid is actually type 1 de-icing fluid. That's your standard de-icing fluid. The green de-icing fluid, that's the super strong stuff. That's type 4 fluid. That is anti-ice.
Then turn left on runway
So I have not seen the application of Type 4 de-icing fluid, but Type 1?
Alright, we'll go straight.
Oh yeah, they were
Four, and then,
covering every square inch of that A350 with Type 1.
So 1A, thanks. Just pass behind the heavy there as they're taxiing across it. You can monitor ground on...
Yeah, G-Man, that's what I'm thinking as well.
The heavy in point H has at 1
Daniel Yeager, not snowing here in Minneapolis, St. Paul at the moment. We had some flurries earlier.
605, runway 17, right turn, taxi Delta Sierra and Kilo.
I know that we just got walloped by a Alberta Clipper. Weather Service called it an angry Clipper. Certainly dumped a lot of snow on the Twin Cities, but I've seen worse snowstorms. Just in time for the holiday season too, right? Oh, okay. Okay, thanks, Logan, Twin Cities Aviator, for filling us in. Logan, part of our awesome team, helping to mod today. Happy Thursday, Logan. Good to see you in the chat, buddy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. It kind of came down to what the pilots felt that they needed, based on the weather conditions. And, of course, yeah, Micah, you're right. I do remember now that you mentioned it. In that 757 departure that we had earlier, we had Type 4, had that green fluid on those leading edges of the wings. Up, incoming photobomb from Herc Rentals. It's a utility truck. There we go. Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to get a 1-2 right departure for a biz jet. Well, I'll tell you what, action-packed has been the theme today, despite the cold 15-degree weather.
Some 24 minutes ground, taxi straight into the gate.
Switch at 682, turn left heading 100, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 100 for takeoff, 12 right, 682.
Oh, yeah, here we go. All right, they're going to get up quick. See how fast they get up. Yeah, let's go racing. A nickname that I have for MSP Airport is the Minneapolis Motor Speedway. In fact, before MSP Airport was even around, this was a racetrack. It's fascinating, all the history that exists in this parcel of land in the Fort Snelling unorganized territory. Kind of straddles several different city boundaries, the southern edge of the city of Minneapolis proper, St. Paul, the suburb of Richfield, and Bloomington, Minnesota.
1983 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land, wind 150 at 6.
Yeah, Daniel, 15 degrees up where you are, also nice. I think we might need to update that graphic here. It's got a little bit warmer.
1554 mass ground, push approved for DS.
How was that for Southwest 1554?
1554 Hotel 12, push approved for DS.
Push approved for DS, Southwest 1554.
1554, thanks. Uniforms current.
We're getting uniform now, Southwest 1554. Chat 718, contact Large, have a good day. Secretary 605, Minneapolis, Tower, the wind 140 fly runway heading runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Delta 59. Southwest 3988, ILS 1 to the right.
South 3988, Minneapolis Tower, afternoon, traffic 6 ahead, runway 12 right, clear to land, the wind 1405.
Clear land 1 to right, Southwest 3988.
Going 271 ground.
Turn right at Whiskey 7, contact ground point 9 as you go.
7 point, Southwest 9,
At the de-ice pad, 12 right, ready to exit.
171 heavy or runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha to 12 right, Delta 1717.
171 heavy and ATIS uniform is current.
Get a uniform.
Minneapolis ground, Southwest 1554, ready taxi to de-ice with uniform.
1554, taxi to de-ice via Delta Charlie, control point 11.
Delta Charlie, control point 11, Southwest 1554.
Southwest 1983, Whiskey on Whiskey for Hotel 13.
Southwest 1554, can you tell me, is 13 occupied?
13 is occupied right now, looks like they're getting ready to push.
Hughes, Southwest 1983, your gate's occupied, taxi Whiskey Charlie, short of Tango.
Whiskey Charlie, short of tank, Southwest 9.
Lady Brandt says, happy holidays here from North Carolina. Well, I will echo that right back to you.
Heading ground Southwest. 3360 at Hotel 13 push.
3316, Roger, push is approved, and point 9er for your taxi. Any DS?
Push through, we'll go to point 9 for taxi and take it
Your wheels up on 1906 right now. We got a call for release also.
All right, everybody. Want to welcome in our co-host, RJ Bean.
Did I hook this mic up right?
Well, we can hear you, and if you can hear me, I think the answer to that is yes.
All right, I always have to
Okay.
double check. I wasn't planning to be out here today, but I said, you know what? Get out of the house and go help Alex for a little bit. You know, I do have a shift over at the History Center at 2, so I said, yeah, time to get out. I've been hunkered up at home here because of the weather the last, day and a half or so, because my car needs new tires, and I'm just watching the driving a little bit right now. She'll go in for new tires on Tuesday, so just a matter of kind of figuring everything out and when a good time is to do it, and other things going on. You know, we all know that story.
Oh, yeah.
So I just had to kind of change into some other gear that I already had with me anyways, because I do carry it with just in case at this time of the year. So
Oh, yeah.
it's always a good idea.
Yeah, you were stepping on south of 3988. We're on with you. We're going
And unfortunately, the tires that are on my bike's been on for a little over 3 years, so it's time for them to be changed out. It happens.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Delta short of Tango Southwest 3988.
Yeah, I had her in for service right before Thanksgiving. You know, the usual simple stuff: oil change, tire rotation, and they kind of gave me the heads up, and it's just like, okay.
Roger, we got Delta 5019 for 117.
So, of course, you know, being where things are for me, everything is on me. So sometimes I have to kind of prioritize things, and eventually things do get done. So, and I've been out moving snow off my driveway a bit here in the last few days.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I live where there is an HOA, but I do like to still get out and kind of do it carefully. You got to be careful about it in ways, especially as you get older. And sometimes it's a drier snow, sometimes it's wetter and it weighs more, so you know you don't want to pick up a scoop of it and do too much at a time. So just do less. So, you know, after.
All right, here we go. Delta 171 now lining up with runway 12 right, preparing to launch for Seoul, South Korea.
Are they late?
Oh, they're late.
Okay.
Turn 105, clear for takeoff. 12 right, Delta 171 heavy.
3864, monitor ground on point 8.
That's what it shows, 3864.
Pretty cool effect as they rotated and started their climb out, and they were still kicking up snow off the, along the edges of the runway down there.
It's a magical sight here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. The 350 in the wintertime doesn't get any better than that. I'll tell you what, RJ, we had a lot of great scenes on Tuesday, and whew, we made it. I just got the heck out of Dodge just before the flurries flew. All right, here comes AirCal Retro on the north side.
Well, of course, I was moderating and helping you out from home, and as soon as you finished it off out here, I went out and cleared the snow off my driveway that had come down overnight the night before, and then, of course, yeah, it started up. I went for a walk in it. And then did more after that, after it stopped, because we had a little bit again Tuesday night. So when you were out here on Tuesday and that snow event started up, and then when it stopped finally later that evening for a break, and then it came back up again on us, had about 4.5 inches on my driveway. In addition to what had come down the evening overnight before, and then again Tuesday night, I probably, out where I'm at, probably had maybe give or take about 6 inches. 5.5, 6 inches.
Sean VW. That's not too bad.
48 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Del 1902 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 6 ahead, runway 12 right, clear to land, and wind 160 at 6.
Hey, Daniel. Yeah, you're going to hear me out here with Alex today instead of chatting with everybody in the chat. So it's not going to be like this every time during the winter out here, but I said today, why not?
Why not indeed?
I have done my first shift for the season at Afton, but at the moment I have no idea when the next one's going to be. I think, we're kind of going through some changes. There's still people that have not even worked their first shift yet of the season in the department that I'm in. So, we got to get them going. And just, at least right now, just not as many people scheduled per shift. The department that I'm in did go through a renovation this summer. So I think that's also affecting the scheduling. So
3569, left turn Alpha 7, join Alpha, contact point 9 ready to
and
go.
we finally officially opened for the season at Afton 1 week ago today.
All right.
And of course, Afton is big. A lot of runs, a lot of lifts, and they're working at it gradually.
A lot of fun, right?
They're gradually getting everything open. Got something interesting coming in on the north side.
Yeah, C-130. We also got Type 4 de-icing fluid being applied here to the leading edge of these wings on the 737. Type 4 is the strong anti-ice green de-icing fluid.
2187, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
17, Alpha Charlie, short of 12 right, up 2187.
For 3316, you can monitor tower 123.67.
And as we're sharing our C-130 coming in here on the north side, I also wanted to come out to keep you company for a little bit today, Alex, because I wanted to let all of our viewers know, especially those that are here in the Twin Cities area, we have a Kids Day going on over at the museum on Saturday. So we're going to have all kinds of interesting, fun little activities for all the kids that are able to make their way in to spend part of their day with us, with their parents,
Nice.
of course. So, wanted to put the word out for that.
So is this an event that's just kind of, you show up as you are, or, maybe like RSVP?
Nope, just come.
All right.
Just come. I think what our hours are, 10 to 2 on Saturdays. So
Okay.
I'm planning to hopefully get back out there. The weather here this weekend is going to be downright nasty. So how that will affect people wanting to get out and do much, I don't know. But, everybody has their tolerance.
1264, there's an Embraer pushed out of Echo 5. Once they taxi out past your tail, then your push is approved. Approved after the Embraer.
Had to let that whale speak. So, but yeah, then it's a great opportunity for kids to come out and just, get involved in some aviation-themed activities. Yeah, you never know, once you get out and do those kind of activities as a kid, where it can lead.
1,000%.
Future pilots. I know that's how my dad got into flying and hired by Northwest because of his older brother. Because my dad had one younger sister, 2 older brothers.
It's a loud Swissport fuel truck that just passed by.
And maybe on my way over to the History Center, I'm going to see if I can grab a picture of our UPS MD-11 that's still hunkered down here. I've been in contact with a couple people that I know from when I was down in Florida that I was involved with tennis, and they told me that down at Tampa they have both a UPS and a FedEx MD-11 that is parked down there at TPA, Tampa International.
All right, we've got a taxi on Mike. imagine that there are quite a few presents on board that aircraft if I were to take a wild guess.
Yep, getting to be that time of the year.
There we go.
Wave from the MAC team.
All right, let's go, Mac.
Metropolitan Airport Commission.
Airport ops, out and about, working hard in the cold.
And I know I'm not very far from one of the airports that they oversee. And I'm just going to go ahead and spit that airport out, Lake Elmo. Where I'm at, I, of course, on occasion do get the sound of little aircraft, like maybe like the little Cessnas and the Pipers, the prop airplanes that are kind of flying around over in my area because that are maybe getting some time in and out of that little airport there.
2327,
So-
your push is approved for de-ice.
Have at it. Keep the logbook going. So we just had a departure off of 17. Did I hear you
So
say?
it looks like they may have reopened that runway. Yep, they have.
And I
We
know
had departures on 12 right for a little while. That was kind of fun. Oh, we'll still have plenty more departures coming our way.
And I know as I heard you and I was listening in on the stream on my way out here, talking about the last A330 that came in, was it 161?
Yep.
And how the landing always seems to be on that aircraft. Well, you know what I'm going to say? You know what's coming out of me? Because the A330s were former Northwest Red Tails.
All the Dash 300 and 200s.
Yeah.
Well, most of the 300s, I should say. There were some that were ordered by Delta post-merger.
Yeah.
The 330 Neos, those are straight up Delta and lineage.
Oh, yep. Yeah, for sure. So, it's their lineage with those red tail ties. So that's my excuse.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm going to be biased.
Got a 737 here. I think they're waiting for taxi clearance. They are done de-icing.
6 ahead, the wind variable at 5.
Via Alpha 10, when able.
Alpha 10 over the tower, Delta 2271, thanks.
Yeah.
There you go, 2 for 1, E321 in Bradford Logistics.
Line 264, runway up, wheels up of 27, and runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short to runway 12
There you go,
right.
look at that. And we had a front row seat to A350 de-icing earlier just before you hopped on, RJ.
Yeah, I saw that.
You missed the fun.
Well, I did see it. I was.
Well, part of it, anyway.
Yeah, part of it. I mean, when I, you know me. When I pushed back for departure and pushed back out of my hangar at home, I got to thinking, it's like, get out here. You're leaving early instead of going straight over to the museum and mod from there. I said, no, you got your gear with you. Go out there and hang out with them for a little bit first. Whether I do it from over there or I'm just here, what's the difference? So I just looked at my watch. It's about 1 o'clock, so I'll be able to keep you company for maybe about another 45 minutes, and then I'm gonna head over.
Good evening from the northeast of England. Hope you are all well. Thanks so much, Alan, for the €5 super chat. All right.
The 2187 nails, 217 line of point.
Yeah, we're doing okay here in the Twin Cities. Yeah, we're
15,
certainly hanging in there, I'll tell you what.
Well, when you're out in it, and if you're doing something, and if you're moving, it does help. Just, for staying warm. I know that, when I've been out doing what I've been doing, I actually was out helping a neighbor of mine a little bit yesterday. One of them was trying to get their car into the garage. It's like a mother and her 2 sons that are there and playing musical cars a little bit. So after I cleared mine off again, I was over helping them. I mean, that's just the type of person that I am. I'll help people with the little
Yeah.
things like that. And I've got a neighbor on the other side of me that, she's a single mom with her son and working from home for somebody that's in a different time zone. And I do what I can to help her too. Although, with the big snowfall that we've just had, I did let our removal team do hers. Because it got to be a little bit much to move on top of mine and doing it late, and
Oh, yeah.
didn't want to disrupt her.
Yep.
So, and then there's been a couple times here in the last few days, and I've gone out and gone for a walk in all of this.
Oh, thanks, Micah, for the information. Yeah, it's good to make the distinction between. So the Mac folks that we saw ride by the viewing area in the yellow trucks, those are actually maintenance. So the airside ops are in the black trucks. So apologies for the incorrect description. But yeah, we just want to make sure that everyone is properly recognized. So big shout out to the Mac maintenance team.
Oh, and another thing is I know we're starting to get really, really close to celebrating our 10,000 subscribers.
That's right. We are fast closing in on a pretty big milestone on the channel. So, I mean, anything to help us get there, that would be much appreciated. Of course, if you want to stay notified on when we do our live shows from out here, they're a lot of fun.
Well, I know I'm sure having fun being out here doing this.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, well, I have both my parents looking down
Yep.
and it's on us, and it's just like, well, yeah, you better be keeping an eye on our airport and my runways. It's like, yep, Dad, I am here.
So Roger asks us if we see many A321neos. The answer to that is yes. We do frequently see the A321neos in and out of here for Delta.
Yep, they're gradually being added to the fleet.
Ooh, check this out.
Ground Skyway 3870, Mike approaching Bravo, we are clear. Skyway 3870, thank you for data. Roger, just make the current 1707, I'll send her to Nashville.
A little one.
Yeah, that's right.
Turn right at Whiskey.
I think that's a Cirrus.
Yeah, that's what AvGeek Micah just said. Thanks, Micah. He's got a different name on there.
Yeah.
As a mod. I got to remember that's you. Hey, Mike, I hope all is well. Having a good day. Staying warm.
Delta 2327, Navia Alpha, Delta Bravo.
Now, take a look at this landing here a little bit closer. Setting it down gently. I want to say that Cirrus has been in and out of here many times.
1048, wind 1506, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Roger Williams, I see your comment. Is that the MSP International arrival of the day?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be up to our wonderful viewers as to what they think is going to be our arrival of the day. I think it's up to our viewers, RJ. What do you think?
We got to have some fun out here, don't we?
Oh, yeah. All right, RJ, so what do we got coming in here on 12 right?
All right, just pulled it up on my flight radar. It is Delta 2647 coming in from San Diego.
2271 Memphis Tower, Alpha 10, cross runway 12 right, and then straight ahead into the 17. Guys, then we'll wait out there a minute, walk back up there.
2271 Alpha 10, cross runway 12 right.
And I know I've shared my time flying in and out of that airport with the cruising that I've done with my mom, because
Oh, yeah.
it is a very interesting approach. If you're going to ever fly in that airport, get a seat with a window on the left side, because you'll fly right by some of the downtown skyline of San Diego. It's very, very close. And for people that are in and out of there for their cruises, you're
Yep.
crazy close to the airport there. Even more so than, say, like between Port Everglades in Fort Lauderdale and the airport down there. Even closer.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've done that too. We always know that we're back in and docked. Usually at Pier 26, being on a Holland America ship, when you start to hear all the departures going right over you after they've rotated and they've started climbing out, heading out over the Atlantic and then making their necessary course changes and turns to wherever they're headed.
That's 1554, contact departure. 2972 Memphis Tower, number 2, Airbus, 1 mile final, wind 1406, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Here comes a United A319 from Houston, flight 2016.
So there is AirCal Retro over at Concourse E. Wanted to get a quick glimpse of it over there. So we'll see AirCal depart not too long from now.
Breaker 3521, runway 17, taxi via Alpha 3, Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right. 150, Alpha 3, Alpha, hold short of 1.
All right, let's take another look at this touchdown from up close on the main gear.
Turn left for an Alpha, got a ground point enter.
Ground point 98 out of 2015.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Set her down quite nicely.
Seagrosk 123 says hello from EP, Eden Prairie. All right.
16 off at Alpha 4.
Not far. Just a little west of us here, where 494 starts to kind of make that turn to the north along the west side of the metro. Ventured over kind of into that area on Monday, so listen to this. I actually had registered to do the reindeer run with Minnesota Run Series on Saturday morning. That's why I had to go over to Ridgedale to pick up my shirt and my race bib. Then I started getting contact, or an email from them yesterday. They have canceled the 10K and 5K distances of the event around Lake Phelan, and all of those people have now been moved to the 5K. And there's also now, of course, the option of changing to a virtual because of the very, very cold weather that's going to be moving in. And that's what I ended up doing. I had already picked up my shirt and my bib on Monday. And then they changed over to this yesterday. And if you wanted to change over to a virtual at pickup, then you would also be able to pick up your medal. But I kind of emailed them back and said, they've already picked everything up. So, and I'd also earned my challenge plaque for doing
There you go.
the Halloween, Thanksgiving, and then I was, would have done the one Saturday. So they're going to mail both my medal and my plaque, because normally you would have to pay the postage for mailing the plaque, but I, kind of, when I said what I did, they're going to waive that and send them both together. So shout out to Minnesota Run Series. Thanks for helping me out with that, because I'm sure they're going to get some people that are going to make the decision to not venture out to do this on Saturday morning due to the oppressively cold weather forecast. I mean, our forecasted high may not even get above 0 on Saturday with a well below wind chill.
Yeah,
and if I'm going to venture out into, colder temperatures along those lines to do anything, I wouldn't. I'd rather ski, but even in those temps, I'm not going to go out and ski.
It is approved, and plan 17 for departure, 12 right bad.
All right, so we're in Echo 7 parks. We are clear to push, and we're going to plan 17 departure and the 12 right bad.
So I'm planning to be over at the History Center.
Runway 4. All right, 12 right, cross Charlie, Whiskey, cross runway 4, prepare 35.
Got a little snow removal action going on over there.
Oh, yeah.
And I know, as I was kind of chatting in the chat the other day, if one airport knows how to move snow and keep runways open and clear, it's here. And when it comes to the de-icing, back in the time frame that my dad and my uncle were flying, they used to do it when the airplane was parked at the gate. But if they didn't push back, taxi, roll, rotate, get airborne in time, they always had to redo it. So then they came up with the idea of, setting up areas closer to the end of the runways that they're going to be using for departure and do it, because it cut down on having to redo it all.
Robert Lewis, thanks for tuning in. Also, Brew Crew 54 saying hello from La Crosse, Wisconsin. All right, hello from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Hope your Thursday is off to a good start. Hope we're having a good day today. Steven says hello, best wishes. Oh, this is an interesting fact. Thanks for bringing this up. AK Aviator 08 says, fun facts. Oh boy. There you go. United is the only airline that does gate de-icing at MSP. Everyone else is remote pad. Oh, interesting. Sometimes United does remote pad too. Yeah. Very cool stuff.
I'm giving Alex the frantic point. We've got Delta Line on very, very short final, about to touch down from London Heathrow, A330-900.
All right.
So that's what my extra set of eyes out here does to help.
Delta 2225, runway 17, taxi via Bravo, Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
They left London Heathrow just under 8 hours ago.
12 Delta, right Delta, 22.
So welcome into the Twin Cities to everybody on board. Hope you're ready for some chilly temps. If there's anybody on board that's from here, they'll be ready for it. It's those that may not be.
All right, this one deserves a instant replay look. How about it, RJ?
Absolutely. That's a 3:30 landing for you, even though it's, you know, it's a 900. I don't care. It's a 3:30.
1056 Minneapolis, tower, winds 150 at 6, runway 12 right, clear 2 lane. 12 right, cleared over.
Graceful as always. We have one more look as well. All right, everybody. A350 time.
So she's under power. She's not being pulled by a tug. Do we know anything about what she's doing, where she's going, or?
Cross 12 right, Mike Sierra, hold short, hold forward, Delta Main 3518 heavy.
Did I hear that we're just going to get a taxi on Mike potentially? What?
A14017 clear for takeoff for Gear 35.
Well,
We'll see what happens.
a big sexy Mike taxi? How often does that happen?
Almost never.
Well, here she comes.
Yep, it's going to happen.
Here we go.
350 on Mike, everybody. I'll tell you what, RJ, that just might be the highlight of the show today.
That's what I was thinking. And according from my flight radar, she had been over at one of the tech op hangars over in this area, and then taxied over to the 12 right deep ice pad area, and then she's come back this way. So, as Bugs Bunny would say, "What's up, Doc?" So you know, what's up with the 350 doing this?
I think they're taxing it under its own power for maintenance.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a wild guess as to what I think was going on. I think that they had the aircraft stored outside, but they wanted to get all the snow and ice off of it, maybe to go back to the hangar and work on it.
Yeah, she's still taxiing on Mike.
2688, F7, 1805, everyone to right, to the line. 64, turn left, heading 140, runway 17.
There we go. Some more 717 action for you.
2271, runway 17, line up and wait.
What was the gate? We're going to Delta 5. 1056, I taxi via Alpha Charlie, Quebec. Alpha Charlie, Quebec.
Got a conversation in the chat just about Discover Airlines. So they are keeping the seat warm for Lufthansa. But now it kind of looks like they are in it for the foreseeable future. Because Lufthansa started their inaugural service to MSP back last year on June 4th. They ended right at the end of May this year. Then they turned it over. Actually, at the end of April, I meant to say. Turned it over to Discover Airlines, and then Discover turn the year-round service into seasonal. Because Lufthansa, they are currently in a wide-body fleet shortage. From my understanding, they have aircraft that have yet to be delivered that are late. That has impacted their ability to sling metal towards Minneapolis, St. Paul. And they have recruited Discover in the meantime to keep the seat warm. Discover, by the way, is getting 350s. And my hope is that we will see Discover's A350 at MSP this upcoming spring and summer. Now, I'm kind of doubting that that's going to happen. I'll believe it when I see it, but, you know, there's certainly a possibility. But don't be surprised if that does not come to pass.
So our 757 that just went by in front of us on Whiskey is headed to, what was I pulling up? Orlando.
All right, MCO.
Yep. Down to 2225. So we have a 5-some of aircraft over there on the 1-2 left de-ice pad over there. Wonder what the record is as to how many they've had over there at one time.
Hey, Richard Strait, thanks so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Welcome to Economy. Thanks so much. And of course, because we are into winter, it's time for those snowy owls to make their appearance.
Is that the one that came in just a short time ago?
Yeah, that was quick.
Good looking.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty cool livery. Smile, you're on MSP Live. All right, here comes Sun Country. About time that we've seen them today.
Yeah, I noticed during the stream on Tuesday we didn't have any, but there are some times and days where they do cut back significantly on their operations, so that was just happened to be that day at that time. And I'm really glad that, you know, you got the stream in the other day and you were able to get packed up and get out of here before the weather hit. Out where I'm at, there were some times that I looked out and it was really coming down.
Oh, yeah.
And watching the MDOT webcams out here, you know, the road conditions deteriorated rather quickly. And at that point, people just need to slow down. Nothing runs like a deer.
That you are absolutely correct. I'm talking about that right there.
John Deere. That's kind of what they're saying is in their advertising. Nothing runs like a deer. And throwing in my time working the state fair in the northern area of the fairgrounds along one of the streets that's up there. There's been a kind of a lineup and display of John Deere products from over time. Going way back with what they've had. So it's always interesting to kind of see that. They usually have something running. See it in action. Of course, they're a big manufacturer too of farming related equipment too. And of course, just like anything else, it's become very, very high tech over time.
Oh yeah.
Alpha Delta, Foxtrot 9, Delta 21.5. Cemetery Golf Tower. There's 7, Cherry Golf, 575.
We got a door side arrival here with another A321.
170 at 4, flight runway heading over, another turn for you in the air. Runway 17, clear 4.
We're here on spot 4 with Victor.
And then short final coming in here on our side, the south parallel, 1-2 right is going to be Endeavor Air 5226 CRJ 900 from Bentonville.
Tower, 126.7.
26.7 and over 55. Do you have a log clear for their running? All right, great. Thanks for having issues on 120.
I think we had a little bit of a tiptoe landing there, but able to smoothly put it down.
Signature with Victor. Charlie Cross from Norfolk, Whiskey Cross from Airport. Your 7 Cherry Golf and then Louis Shell Codes, flying your 3 taxis. Endeavor 5226.
Well, stop and go traffic on Taxiway Mike.
It's like playing that game, red light, green light. Smurf jet on the north side.
Oh yeah. Look at that bright, beautiful blue coat of paint. I kind of like overcast days such as this, especially when there's snow on the ground, because the light is diffused everywhere, so everything is well illuminated from the top, bottom, the sides. A lot of fun.
You know, watching on Tuesday, we had one of our rabbit friends out here. And I know I mentioned it in the chat, just like, where's Gerald? But I guess, you know, they're kind of now probably hibernating for the winter, so we'll see him again in the spring.
54 Southwest Charlie Cross, remember right with you cross, runway 4.
And more de-icing.
2819, contact you.
So obviously, since I've been here, they've changed color because the temperature changes. That's probably what the reasoning behind that is. Because the temperatures are slowly dropping. So I'm sure you know there is a threshold as to which color will take care of. Once they get going on doing each aircraft, it doesn't take all that long, all things considered. Of course, if you're on a bigger aircraft, then it's going to take a little bit longer, but they're set up, ready to go, waiting for you over there. So I know one of the 2 times that I've gone out to Denver, I went through this, and we weren't really delayed that much, if at all. Because the way it's just so well organized. All right, so we got someone flying over us at the moment. I'm going to pull up and see who that is.
I think it's out the downwind.
Yes.
153 heavy.
153 from Charles de Gaulle has just buzzed by us. So they're...
All right. I guessed correctly this time.
Yes. So anybody on board on the right side, they know where they're at. They just look down to see where they're headed. So they're headed out kind of in a northwesterly direction past us, and then they're going to go out and get in the pattern and get in line for their arrival coming in here. And that one might be the last one that I'll be here with you for, because it's about 25 of 2 at the moment.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get some snow removal here.
And then I'm sure we all noticed on Tuesday with all that weather that came through here, yeah, there were delays, but there was not any form of a complete shutdown. That doesn't happen really here.
No. I mean, you could have the worst blizzard of the century blow through here, and this airport would still remain open. That's how equipped to deal with the winter weather MSP Airport is. Such a fascinating operation.
Delta 2139 from Raleigh-Durham. Former Northwest, what are we calling the 19? Minibus or baby bus?
Yeah, we'll call it the minibus.
Okay. 220's the baby bus. And the whale bus. She's got a couple of names. And I think I saw someone in the chat, was it on Tuesday? Is there any form of a nickname for the 330?
I think there is,
I don't know
but
of
it's
one,
probably not a very flattering one.
I know I mentioned it in the chat too that I happened to recently meet up with a former I think he was both a 7.5 and a 7.6 pilot. Not only pilot, but captain.
Okay.
And he was sharing some information about the difference between Airbus and Boeing when you encounter turbulence because of the wing stiffness.
Clear 12 right on Alpha 5.
Boeing tends to ride it out better
Oh, interesting.
because
Okay.
the wings on the Airbus aircraft are a little bit stiffer.
Charlie 5, Alpha Delta Ultra Charlie.
So that's our aviation lesson for the day. It's like when the last round of braces I went through, I was giving my orthodontist aviation lessons every time I went in there, and I said, okay, when my braces come off and I'm done with my treatment, there's going to be a quiz.
You know what? It's funny you bring that up because I was kind of given a little aviation lesson to my dentist on Monday this week at a nice teeth cleaning.
Oh, there you go.
No cavities.
Can we expect for you?
Yeah, well, I've had my share of fun with mine over time, even though I've done everything I can. And then speaking of, I've had braces 3 times.
8933, runway 17, line up and wave. Denver 5177 for an Alaska underground point enter.
1.9.
All right, so it looks like our arrival from Charles de Gaulle was at 1:53 is going to be number 2 for arrival.
All right.
So the one that we now have in sight that will be our next arrival is when she gets here.
Yep.
I'm jumping ahead of things here a little bit.
Well, it's always good to stay ahead of the curve, just to be prepared for what's coming in so we can catch it.
Yep. And then that arrival when she gets here will be from Washington, DCA National, Delta Flight 2958. And then our heavy arrival will be behind them. And then at that point, I will probably be signing off for the day to head over to the History Center. It's not too far over there, but a little bit of time to get parked and get inside.
Got a 321 Neo arriving on the North Parallel.
And then I'll, when I get inside, I'll kind of rejoin everything and jump back into the fray in the chat.
Yeah.
And 153 just popped out. She's now in sight.
Delta 120 Heavy is also cleared for arrival as well with the A350 from Tokyo, Haneda.
Oh, we've got a couple coming in back to back.
I think we might.
Oh.
50, 64, gonna start out.
Oh, yes. How do we? Okay, I'm a little off here. So the heavy that we've coming in right now is 120 from Tokyo, Haneda. So our Charles de Gaulle arrival is a little bit further out in the pattern. We went a little bit further out to get in line than I thought they were going to. So.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll try to stick it out till 1:53. I know I'm in contact with who I'm going to be doing the shift with. If I have to, I'll just let her know I'm coming. I'll be there shortly.
Yeah, all good.
Of course.
Alpha 594, target Charlie, Delta 29.
Thanks so much, Steven, for the $2 super chat. Thanks, guys, for superb channel. Love from the UK. Well, thank you. And we will send those warm greetings back to you from Minnesota.
All right, so ahead of our Charles de Gaulle arrival, here comes 120 from Tokyo Haneda. They've been in the air for about 10 hours and 40 minutes. Big sexy. I always have to throw that in there. Oh, yeah.
Of course, we've got to throw in the replay of the mighty A350. So welcome Delta 120 Heavy from Tokyo Haneda.
Delta 153 Heavy, map 71804, I'm 12 right, clear to land. 120 Heavy, Charlie.
All right, look at this. We're going to get the Dash 8 Q400 on the north side here just before our Heavy arrives from Paris. This flight's from Regina, Saskatchewan.
Endeavor 5064, turn right, heading 215, sunset departure.
Right, heading 215, order departure.
All right, there we go. Show some love for the Q400.
All right, so ahead of our 153 Heavy touchdown from Paris Charles de Gaulle, we now have Delta 799 from LAX. And 153 just popped out of the clouds. Now in sight. And you're gonna get a whale bus photobomb. Boom!
Excuse me, sorry about that.
As I would say when the deer would go by, hi.
Yep.
And those look like big engines for a small airplane.
Oh yeah, the A220 has some outstanding performance, that's for sure. Reliability on those geared turbofan engines, though, that's another tale. All right, everybody, who's ready for some 330 action? Delta 153. Next up for landing on runway 12 right.
Former Northwest Red Tail, Dash 300.
What's the reg?
The reg is...
Slang for registration.
824.
824, all right.
824.
November 824, Northwest.
1531,
1531, that was turn 5.5 Shelby Heavy Airbus 330, just approaching the numbers, constant wake turbulence, winds 1904, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Alright, copy all, 12 right, clear, 2 lane, United 1531.
don't tell me that was not a butter landing. Woohoo!
Well, they've all been smooth today. Our 330s certainly put on a fantastic show as they come in.
Delta 153 Heavy, turn left, contact ground on point 9 airport.
Point 9 Delta 153 is.
Delta 2081, fly runway heading runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And I know sometimes it's pretty typical to see an aircraft when they touch down like that, you know, maybe bounce up just a little bit, like with that shock-like response of the main gear, but I didn't even see that on this one. It was just,
Runway 1 right, clear 2 lines.
you know, there's it's hard to think of a word to explain that one. So
3 Heavy, let's jump. Thanks, begin.
kudos to the flight crew on board operating that flight today. Excellent touchdown.
Oh, yeah, nice and smooth.
And they were operating the flight today and was just under 9 hours. So with the time being what it is, Alex, it's about 10 minutes to 2. I'm going to sign off and head over to the museum for my shift today. But
okay.
Once again, I'm glad I got out to help you out a little bit today. And anybody in the area that has kids or has a neighbor with kids, stop by and come out and see us on Saturday, because there's going to be some really cool, fun activities for the kids. I know that for a fact because I've seen some of what they are. I don't remember them all, but there's a lot of fun little activities for the kids that are planned on Saturday, and I do hope to be out there. So I'm not sure when I'll next be out here to help you with a stream, but if I'm not, I'm hopefully helping out with the chat. So everybody out there that's still watching, keep watching. And as our friend Joe over in the tower says, see ya.
Oh, yeah.
And till the next time I get out here.
All right, thanks so much, RJ, for spending a little time with us.
Oh, you bet. Always glad to be here, as I like to say.
Always glad to have an extra spotting friend along for the ride. So have a great time at the History Center.
Absolutely.
Also, stay warm, too.
Yes, that's for sure. And I know I'm glad I backed out of this 5K event in person for Saturday. I just, you know, there's a threshold of what we can handle being outside. And you yourself, I mean, you do the same. And, you know, if you're willing to get out on Saturday, come over and join us.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm busy Saturday, unfortunately. I got work, but I'll look to get out to the museum another time.
Delta 2081, turn right at 8215 and contact departure.
All right, there we go.
That's 212, we're ready to taxi.
Delta 212, taxi to the Terminal 2 pad via Delta Charlie Control Point 11.
Yeah, so the 330 that was in command of our service from Paris Charles de Gaulle, it's ex-Delta, although Delta kept the Northwest registration suffix. It was actually, that aircraft was a part of a top-up order of 330s following the merger. And American is here.
Under 660 Mike Whiskey, Star United, no factor, Charlie, cross, runway 12 right, turn left on a Whiskey, signature, autoground point enter.
12 right, left Whiskey at point enter.
Gordon says safe travels, RJ.
12 right, 322, runway 17.
Jancis, get yourself a hot drink. Absolutely. I'll do that myself as well.
4056, runway 17.
So Roger
Alpha, pass, hold short of runway 12
asks
right.
us, did the former Northwest Airlines 330s have those engines? That would be in reference to the A330 we saw arrive from earlier from Paris Charles de Gaulle. So interesting fun fact about Delta's A330 fleet. So the ones that were ordered and delivered to Northwest had the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 series engine option, which is slightly larger than the GE CF680, which was on the aircraft that arrived that Delta ordered. So Northwest, they did not like GE power plants whatsoever. So all of the tried and true red tail A330s, they're powered by Pratt & Whitney. And the key identifier is a blunt, stubbier exhaust cone on the rear of the engine.
1756, monitor ground 1A. Ground 1A. That's 148, hold short of Bravo 1 Lake.
Okay, on my turn Bravo, thank you, left over.
4056, monitor tower 126.7.
Tower 126.7, got 42.
Mexican Evan from Santa Monica says, greetings from near LAX. Well, thanks for tuning in. Welcome to a cold and snowy MSP Airport, I'll tell you what. Sun Country Airlines 737 says, hello. Well, happy Thursday to you. Thanks for watching. Citizen Towel as well, checking in from DFW. All right. Thanks for being in the cold to share the stream. You're welcome.
The 2092 turn left down to ground on point 9.
Yeah, absolutely, Jessica. I'm sorry to hear that yesterday was a bit hard for you. Hope we can cheer you up with some of the plane spotting today. I'll tell you what, we have not been disappointed at all.
955 record sequence behind the 75 from the right. 322, I'm in the heading, view heading 120, 120.
Oh yeah, the special livery concept talk is coming out with folks wanting Delta to do a Northwest Airlines retro livery, but due to corporate politics, and also due to the direction, the creative direction that Delta has taken with their special liveries, be more corporate rather than historical, if anything. We're going to have to wait a long time in order for that to even be potentially in the ballpark for consideration if it ever gets to that point, which I doubt it, but it's cool to think what that would look like as well. Or even just a Delta retro livery. I would love to see an A350 in the classic Delta widget scheme. Yeah, I agree with this statement. I think what Delta was going for when they merged with Northwest in 2008, they were going for kind of a timeless look, a very simple, sort of clean aesthetic, which, of course, Delta achieved that quite well. I would say to bring the fuselage blue underneath and have that come up to be in line with the tail and have the back section of the aircraft kind of be that deep navy Delta blue. That would be super nice. Is to connect the blue tail, have the color kind of swoop down and form a nice clean line, and combine with the blue paint on the underside of the fuselage. And I think that would be, if I were to do it that way, I think that is what Delta ought to do, in my opinion, because it could, if Delta ever considered it, I think that would be probably the most realistic of things that they would do if they decided to do a refresh on their livery. And also, I think that they could probably benefit from some more red accents.
So runway 1 right, clear to land.
There we go. We've got Alaska arriving, and then we have another Alaska jet departing.
Scout 4056, winds 1703, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
All right, here we go. Alaska with the MAX 8, our next de-icing customer.
Sun Country 8955, turn right heading 215, and contact departure.
AK Aviator 08, have you seen the newest 350 Team USA? Looks like this one has a neat blue gradient on it. Yes, it certainly does. And Micah is our managing producer. Thanks, Micah, for helping out moderate today and helping take care of folks in our live chat. He says, the MSP live team has dubbed it the Popsicle livery, since it looks like those red, white, and blue popsicles. Speaking of popsicles, I'm slowly turning into one out here.
7632, Sun Country 632, master wind variable at 3, traffic just south of the parallel, helicopter 1900, 1 o'clock, 4 miles southbound, maneuvering, runway 12 right, clear to left.
Well, that's a fresh 321neo. I think that might be a delivery here.
SkyWest 4056, heading 120, contact departure, good day.
We're departure good day, SkyWest 4056. Sure, 186, might clear across 17.
Troy 186, how far east do you need to go?
Yeah, 7 miles.
Yeah, in fact, that was a delivery flight that we just saw on the North Parallel. We caught it. 601 Delta Tango, welcome to the Delta fleet. Welcome to Minneapolis. It's going to be one of your many operating bases in your new aviation career as a 321neo jet.
186, traffic just over the numbers. You can proceed.
Look at that, I got a delivery flight. Cross that off my bingo card.
Should we take 4 heavy, about to traffic group?
Which broke up for you?
Flight set 397, turn right at Delta, taxi via Whiskey to signature, on the ground 19 on the
Delta Whiskey to finish your ground point 9, close to drive.
All right, our next arrival on runway 12 right, Sun Country 632 from Nashville.
Third line 12 right, Delta 1.
Ground for 4 heavy ready to go.
Searching for heavy for Stevie Alpha.
Ground 4 heavy.
Sir, 186, did you go further east on that?
Actually, I'm going to have to go north of the 1-2s again, sir. Sorry about that.
True, RA-186 on speed as requested traffic just up down the south there.
I think we're going to be heading north of the exit, Troy 186.
Sorry, 186.
Oh, yeah, we got to get a nice close-up look at this arrival from Nashville.
95, Troy 186.
Push approved. Runway 12 right pad, 17 for departure.
All right, push approved. Echo 15 is going to be the 1-2 right pad for DI.
There we go.
For American 3313. 3632, Whiskey 5, Whiskey, we're going to what's up to Charlie?
3632.
Oh, yeah, look at the snow coming off.
Delta,
Yeah, the smoke.
Delta 9936, turn on the Bravo behind the heavy and hold short of the sun.
okay, we'll turn left on Bravo behind the heavy and short of the tunnel.
Oh, yeah. It's another good observation, AK Aviator 08. Yeah, it looks like we had rime ice on the front. Yeah, look at that. We had rime ice there. Right on the tip of the snoot. Yeah, see that little ring of ice right there. Well, I'll tell you what. That rime ice, that's nasty stuff. That sticks to everything and yuck. All right, got another heavy on final approach, Delta 163, coming in from Amsterdam Schiphol.
12 left departure. Push approved, 12 left, Delta 29.
So an A330 300, November 822, November Whiskey.
4863, monitor tower 126.7.
Delta, let's take 12,
So 212 runway 17, taxi via Sierra Kilo, cross runway 22.
We're short of 2 and right, but we're going to 17 right.
For 4863, from hold short of runway 12 right on Charlie and expect 17 for departure.
It looks like that open tower is at 42. Ground, blue straight 5327. We're ready to taxi from spot 7 of the 12 right DI pad with
All right, here we go. Delta 163 from Amsterdam has arrived.
3 contact ground on 49er. Delta 3.9.
AirCal has also pushed, by the way. Our AirCal Retro 737 is now outbound here in just a few moments, it looks like.
Sector 632, behind southwest for joining Sierra.
behind southwest joint there.
163 heavy taxi via Alpha, center of the gate behind the ops direct company Airbus. Delta, this is the opposite direction, Airbus Delta 123. Ground clear, interference. 3313, rate X for Right, 3313, runway 12 right, ice pass, taxi via Charlie 6, Mike, from 22, hold short of Bravo. Alright, what's your rate? What's your rate, the ice pass via Charlie 6, Mike, from 22, hold short of Bravo. Prepare, 33. Okay, we'll taxi onto Bravo, runway 4, and Quebec for 12 left, west end 1531.
All right, just checking our arrival schedule for today. Well, the rest of it.
12 left, the ice pass. Taxi via
Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul, South Korea will be making an entrance just before the 4 o'clock hour. So that'll be our next notable passenger heavy arrival. Of course, we got FedEx coming in with a 7.5. Around 4:30 as well. Should be toward the back half of our show today.
Endeavor 5104 Master Sterling, calm, normal insurance.
All right. So we're 717. Oh boy, here comes AirCal Retro. So look at this replay here, and then we will show you the Retro AirCal 738.
327 Star, Alpha 10, cross, runway 12 right, turn right on with.
Alright, cross, 12 right on, and turn right on Whiskey, Blue Streak, 327. Drive up to 2694 on Alpha.
Looks 2694, Minneapolis, contact via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec,
Over 55.
There's our AirCal.
You need it when you're ready, fly runway heading, runway 17, third port takeoff.
For 5501, monitor tower 126.
Endeavor 4863, contact departure.
They're just waiting for marshalers. I believe that you should get moving here shortly.
Yeah, that's what they're kind of figuring things.
And Delta 2901 for now. Bravo, short of the tunnel, please.
Bravo, short of the tunnel, Delta 2901.
Delta 163, happy you guys wait for marshalers, correct? Thank you.
Southwest 212, turn right heading 215, contact departure heading. Alpha 7, great, otherwise we'll have a right.
We can get Alpha 7 and River 5104.
Yes, we're doing 07, Roger. Alpha 7, Alpha 7, ground point 9.
Okay, Alpha 7, Alpha ground point 9 and River 5104.
River 5501, Miss Tower at Alpha 10, cross runway 1 to right, going whiskey.
All right, AirCal is ready for that de-icing bath.
Alpha Delta Quebec, 5104.
Alaska 148, spot 5, pad at 12 right, Alaska 148, runway 12 left, or correction. Yeah, runway 12 left.
Sorry, everybody, I'm having a squirrel brain moment here. I got some cool snow clearing over there by Fort Snelling Air Base.
Taxi 120, Alpha 4, runway 4, and up to 140. Roger, Mark Fleur, though, I might need to move you out. We got 2 people waiting for us here.
All right, here we go. So we're going to stay on AirCal Retro here for just a little bit. So the de-icing trucks are currently making their way over to one of our spotting highlights today.
Challenger 422 Charlie.
Get to see the AirCal Retro. This is my favorite retro livery that American Airlines has done. Just love the pop of color that this livery exhibits. Super cool.
You're right.
Optimistic Mountain Landscape. Hey, happy Thursday. Hi, Alex and everyone from Green Valley, Arizona. Sunny and 80 degrees today. I'll tell you what.
Delta 163 Heavy, any updates?
I would sure like some 80-degree weather. I'll tell you that.
Looks like we're waiting for one more Martian.
Okay.
So while we continue to wait for AirCal Retro to get de-iced on the 1-2 right de-ice pad, so we'll go over some more notables that we're expecting to catch at our broadcast today. Stick around. Just before 4 p.m., we'll have Delta 170 Heavy with the A350-900 from Seoul, South Korea, making its way into the Twin Cities.
Delta 2550
Should get some cargo aircraft at about around that time as well.
12 off for departure. American 1756, so you guys just
We
wait
will
for
also get Delta 160 Heavy departing to AMS with the 330.
Delta 1533.
And of course, much more to come other than what has just been mentioned on MSP Live. So we're going to have a really good end to our Thursday today.
2409 Minneapolis ground. And I'm sorry, I missed Charlie 12, taxi via Papa.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I was looking at that yesterday too, and I was just like, jeez. Yeah, we are definitely going to get to below 0 or at 0 Fahrenheit. Stay warm all, says AK Aviator. Yes. Try and stay warm as much as possible, which means staying inside.
Hotel 12, request push with
Okay, 2 calling at once. Guy was 3689, runway 17. taxi via Papa, cross, or let's go Papa Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
4 minute star, 3.5 in trail, 737, wind calm, runway 12 right, clear 2 lanes.
Runway 12 right, Delta 44. Southwest 698, Hotel 12 with Whiskey Leslie.
Okay, in the future, Southwest, you're going to contact metering.
We have a
for the
crane
flight.
on the move in the background. You see it? Upper left of your frame there. Kind of moving to its right.
Sorry about that.
So yeah, they're working on a new expansion to MAC emergency services in their facilities just behind our AirCal Retro. That's the new fire station, and then they'll have a new sort of central command station back there. We're making pretty good headway on that construction, so we'll see how it turns out. Looking pretty good so far. Hey, Jeff at Mass One, welcome. Sending us greetings from Boston. All right. Hope your Thursday's going well. I'll tell you what, we've had a really fun show today. Hopped in at a pretty good time. We got AirCal that's going outbound. It's getting de-iced at the moment. A lot of heavy action from earlier. Arrivals, departures. We've had a mix of just about everything. The weather hasn't been too much of a pain. It's cold, but it's not too terribly annoying, I'll say that. Well said at 8321neo, arrived from Reykjavik. 601 Delta Tango, the newest 321neo in Delta's fleet has just arrived. All right, let's take another look at our 321 arrival. Oh, I hear propellers. Hey, it's Marvin. So we'll let Marvin skedaddle all the way over to 17. All right, back on AirCal.
Delta 163 heavy. Have you make that 180 now? You can make that
Michael, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, the replay's a fun thing, especially if we had an interesting landing or an awesome takeoff or just something of note.
Right on Charlie, right on Bravo. Delta back on Alpha, Delta 1.
So for those of you guys that know me, I'm an avid sports buff. Huge Green Bay Packers fan despite being born and raised here in Minnesota. I love the Red Wings and the NHL, love hockey. Though I don't follow baseball too much. Though I do have a soft spot for the Minnesota Twins.
33 contact departure. Have a good day.
And of course, I like college sports as well too. But growing up watching sports broadcasts, you get a lot of ideas. And I think it's a helpful storytelling device too. So glad we're enjoying that.
3689, monitor tower 126.
Sunny there in LA. All right. We got a few people from California tuning in. Oh, that's always lovely. Well, hey, you know what? Speaking of California, this is an AirCal Retro. Livery 737.
Delta 2558, Minneapolis Tower, turn left, heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, so that Marvin Beechcraft 1900D that we just saw taxi by us on Taxiway Whiskey, that is headed to runway 12 right for departure. So we will see that up close here in just a minute. Of course, you got to let this Embraer get off the runway and do its thing.
469 Minneapolis now pushes approved. You can expect runway 17.
2469, push approved, expect runway 17.
Hold your position there for a second.
Okay, we'll hold our position, Delta 1.
Read out with
Delta 3689.
3688, if you can make the right turn, so 3668 for one exit, you just have to make the right turn out of Alpha. Join Alpha and then gotta go with it.
Will I go see the Soccer World Cup next year? Probably not.
Yeah, 3668, clear Alpha 5 for Charlie 21.
Oh, Optimistic Mountain Landscape. That's an interesting fun fact. Vince Lombardi Jr. lives here in Green Valley. Okay, all right.
Bravo Delta, Quebec, first air 3668.
Be the son of legendary head coach of the Green Bay Packers, the late Vince Lombardi. Super Bowl trophy is named after him. One of the greatest coaches in NFL history.
Southwest 698, your wheels up time 31 to 33, and you can monitor tower 123 from 7.
All right. Good to know things are going good in Boston, Jeff, and Mass.
Delta 163 heavy, you guys got marshallers now?
All right, now we're
There now, Delta 1.
really getting to the de-icing here. Nice. Hey, good afternoon, Albert. Hope all is well with you, too. Doing okay here in Minnesota at the moment. Cold day in New York. Oh, yes. So, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome aboard to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. Alex with you on MSP Live. I'll tell you what, today has been an entertaining day for catching the action going by here at the viewing area. I'll tell you what, we picked up right where we left off on Tuesday with all the action-packed spotting from here. I'll tell you what, winter, even though that we lose a lot of the international seasonal carriers to MSP like KLM and Discover, etc., I'll tell you what, the de-icing action, all the Delta Heavies, and all the other fine stuff, the snow removal, more than makes up for it. Winter spotting is special.
Delta 2699, you just want to fly over to Bravo now.
Sun Country 214, Minneapolis Tower, wind calm, runway 12 right, clear left. Beachliner 0,
All right.
whiskey on the 105.
Sun Country about to arrive on the south parallel as well.
Country 234, turn right at Papa 4, right on Papa, contact ground 100. Sorry, Sun Country 234, pointing.
Rob Viking 1, hey, good afternoon. Watching from Auckland, New Zealand. It's summer here. Oh, yeah. Kind of wish we could go back to the summer and indulge in that warmer weather. And, of course, the longer days, too, where we have plenty more sunlight to be out here spotting. But you know what? We love winter as well. When it's like this, when it's below zero, and it's anything below 10 degrees or really windy out, man, it just gets nasty. Nasty out here.
Country 342, Minneapolis Tower. Winds calm, runway 12 right, clear to left. 12 right, clear left.
12 right. We may not meet the ice. We'll let you know in just a couple more steps to get the certain breaking out. 620.
Okay, very good. Just keep me posted.
I'll tell you what, thankfully our AirCal Retro has been keeping us company while we've had a little lull in the action here, but that is about to change quite rather quickly. We have 3 aircraft that are on final for runway 12 right, and our first arrival of that trio of aircraft that are making their way towards here. Sun Country, Flight 214 from Tampa.
Southwest 698, turn right heading 215, contact departure. SkyWest 36.
Look at that, AirCal's going to have a friend. Delta 2699 to Raleigh-Durham is going to be joining our AirCal Retro on the 12 right de-ice pad. All right.
Delta 42, push for runway 17.
That was 3629. Turn right at Papa 4, join Papa, contact ground 18.
I was going to say, AirCal was getting a little lonely over there. All right, let's have another look via instant replay. When we have arrivals on the south parallel, we'll certainly be using the replay function quite a bit more. United with a 319, headed out to runway 17 for departure. As one of our viewers pointed out earlier, the reason that they are not taking a stop over at the de-icing pad adjacent to runway 12 right is that they actually de-ice at their own gate, so over by Concourse E. So United is out of Concourse E. Same with American Airlines, Air Canada, Alaska are also in Concourse E. Spirit used to be in Concourse E, but Spirit, they are done. They are no longer flying here. All right, so our AirCal Retro 737 has finished the de-icing process. There's our Delta flight to Raleigh-Durham. All right, our next arrival on runway 12 right, about to touch down, is Delta 536 from Seattle, Tacoma.
Number 4628, turn right at top of 3, taxi up to your gate, bottom of ground. Turn left, join Alpha, contact ground 100. Turn at join Alpha, 19er, 536 to down.
American 1628, I'm sorry to say negative VA now. Okay, American 1628, runway 1 stop and taxi via Charlie 5. Charlie will short runway 12 right.
Charlie 5, Charlie, Hotel 12, American 28. Delta 536 is joining Alpha from Fox 16.
TR Penguin asks, how do they keep these runways clear of snow? The conga line, all of our snow removal vehicles. So they have a plow in the front, and then they have a rotary boom in the midsection that sweeps the snow behind it. All right, we got a CRJ in the SkyWest South, or the house livery, I meant to say. Touching down now, the north parallel, runway 12 left.
Delta 42, runway 17, taxi via Bravo, Charlie, hold short.
All right, another Embraer getting de-iced. We're going to swing over to the left here and get our next arrival.
28, monitor time, 26.7.
26.7, American
Let's have another look. Shall we? I say it's replay time.
runway 17, taxi via Alpha, short runway 1 right.
Delta Cross 699, taxi runway 17 Alpha, Alpha 10 short 12 right.
Delta 1042, monitor tower 126.7.
1267, Delta 681, joining Alpha here.
Delta 681, Minneapolis Air, taxi via Alpha, Delta 7.
Alpha, Delta 681. Minneapolis Tower at Charlie Cross.
So Jan asks, are de-icing procedures calculated in the winter flight schedules? That's a good question. They are certainly taken into account, although de-icing depends largely on the conditions that the pilots, when they're planning for it, will anticipate, and they will make the call. Yeah, and pretty good rule of thumb is that if it's below freezing, you can pretty much all but guarantee, oh yeah, they're going to need de-icing to some extent. Good afternoon, Lee, from Bloomington, Minnesota, just west of the airport. All right. So Rob Viking 1, yes, this is the wonderful aircraft viewing area. I am not on top of a truck. I have a very tall tripod apparatus that I have custom engineered for stability and height to get these views. Yeah, that's another good point. Even frost, going back to when de-icing is needed, so any kind of frost on the skin interrupts the laminar flow and requires de-icing. And I know that at certain points this fall we had aircraft, even though that the temperature on the ground was well above freezing, where the flight was going into the upper levels of the atmosphere, pilots requested to get de-iced, as a matter of fact, just so they could take all that stuff into account. So that'll also happen. It's another fun fact.
Through 783, turn right, then contact ground on point niner. Delta 2699, turn left city 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
783, vacating Alpha 3 for Charlie.
All right, so AirCal going to runway 17 for departure. All right, AirCal, we will see you later. Hope you stop by MSP soon.
Jet speed 848, ILS 12 right.
Jet speed 848, Minneapolis Tower, wind calm, runway 12 right, quick pass.
2 right, closing on jet speed 848.
There we go. Wind's calm.
American 1628, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, line up 08.
That's the one thing about winter that I always appreciate. Days like this where the wind really isn't doing anything, I don't mind the cold as much as I mind the wind. That I really do get irritated by, tremendously so. Yuck.
Delta 2028, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short runway 12 right. Alpha Charlie, hold short 12.
Matthew, hey, good afternoon. Matthew, saying good afternoon from Mankato. Is the de-icing fluid a coating that goes on the plane, or is it to just melt the ice off? Well, there's a couple different fluid types. According to AK Aviator 08, the orange Type 1 fluid, which we've seen that applied quite a bit today, is the de-icing fluid, and it's a coating that goes on the plane. So it is heated to 160 degrees Fahrenheit plus to melt off the ice and other frozen things. Type 4, that's the green de-icing fluid. It's a coating that prevents new snow from sticking. It's very important, especially if there's rime ice, R-I-M-E, rime ice in the atmosphere that can really stick to the fuselage. We saw a little bit of rime ice on some arriving aircraft. The Sun Country 737, one of our viewers pointed out a little light rime. Rob Viking 1, yes. The wind is irritating even in the summer, especially standing on the picnic table to film. Yeah, especially on a ladder too, it can be a little annoying. Well, you learn to cope with it after a little while. It's all part of the spotter life out here at the viewing area. Or at MSP. Oh yeah, how about that Gulfstream? So they are going to head on over to Signature. It's the private terminal here at MSP.
2594, I'll have you just hold the push company 220 pushed up behind you, and they look like they're about ready to unhook. And so
more de-icing.
You push this through 417.
After the 22 valley, there's push.
Matthew, you're absolutely correct. Minnesota people don't hate the cold, they hate the wind chill. Yes. We love the cold. We could do without the wind chill. Thankfully, today, by our standards, is an ideal winter weather day. Almost no wind. Our windsock is looking pretty sad. But it's not too ridiculously cold out, which always helps. Rob, with those chipmunks. So they are 13-line ground squirrels, or gophers. I haven't seen Gerald out yet. Now, I've seen his rabbit friends. We haven't seen any snowy owls, by the way. There are quite a few bird watchers that will visit the viewing area just kind of throughout the winter. They are already frequenting the viewing area because we have some snowy owls in the vicinity. Although they are not quite as active at this time of the day. Really early in the morning will you see them, or maybe towards sundown, maybe more at dusk.
4236, I think was in the third right side. Contact south, 0.8 now. We just got off the dock for 20.
On the 2675 Minneapolis Tower, on runway 22 from runway 1 right, turn right at Whiskey.
1 to right, 22, turn right at Whiskey, 26.
Delta 2028 by runway heading runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Delta 644, runway 12 right, gate, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie Bravo, cross runway 4. Right, gate, 75, Charlie Bravo, cross runway 4.
John English, thanks for tuning in. All right. 28 degrees and flurries here at Pitt. We've had snowies at AGC as well. Okay, interesting. There you go. Nice. There you go. Hey, we got some bird watchers in here. All right. I'm digging that. There's also some bald eagles afoot, too. In addition to our snowy owl friends, which have been very elusive.
What you just said, I'm not looking at you. The other side, that looks good. I'm on for departure 12 right there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so if we see a snowy owl, I'll try and get it for you guys. I'm not confident that we're going to see a snowy owl today. But how about that? If we were able to get a snowy owl sighting, that'd be a cherry to top it all off. Of all the great action that we've captured today.
Delta 644, they should have a spot for you right away, so we can go ahead and call the airplane and taxi in when they're clear you. We'll go, Delta 644.
All right, so let me give you guys a little sit rep on the whereabouts of our next notable A350 arrival. Delta 170 Heavy coming in from Seoul, South Korea. It is an hour out from arrival here in the Twin Cities. So they're running quite early today. Good to see. Also, we'll get Aer Lingus, too, arriving in about an hour and 7 minutes. So right around 4 p.m. There'll be a north side arrival. We'll see them come in on runway 12 left. So we'll get Shamrock from Dublin, the 321 XLR. That should be nice. And of course, 170 Heavy. Now, we're also going to get some cargo as well.
Delta 2971 Minneapolis ground. Wait for the company 220 behind you to clear. They're just blown away, so it shouldn't be too much longer.
So around 417, we'll get FedEx 396 from Memphis with a 757.
2971, roger that. It'll be 17 for departure.
You from the cancel instructions, turn left at Kilo, and then turn left at Kilo.
Now, since we are now into peak cargo season here at MSP Airport, there is an Atlas Air 747 that is due in, but unfortunately, because of how short the days are, it'll arrive just after dark.
I was saying they're about ready to leave because the tug was just blown away. But so yeah, just wait for the company to leave and then your push is approved.
1149 Minneapolis Tower, wind calm, runway 12 right.
That aircraft, by the way, the registration on that 747 that I assume is going to be taking up service from Louisville to the Twin Cities tonight will be November 473 Mike Charlie. It's actually a 747-400 converted freighter, so it has a stretched upper deck. So it was a passenger 747 at one point. and got converted to freight use. Those aircraft are quite rather interesting to see out in the wild. The BDSF 747 converted freighters. And that same aircraft has been running back and forth between Minneapolis, Louisville, and Minneapolis. Oh yeah, it's been around our block a few times.
03932, Minneapolis.
Not that we're minding anyway.
Runway 17, line up lane.
Maybe the more 747s, the merrier, right? It'll be interesting to see if we'll get a Western Global charter this year. You know, the last couple of years we had MD-11 charters from Western Global on 1 or 2 days in the winter. That's not going to happen anymore due to the current state of the MD-11. So in that grounding, and the recent findings following the catastrophe in Louisville back on November 4th, that has certainly crippled Western Global's MD-11 fleet, because Western Global, I think, was the third largest operator of MD-11s on the planet. Third only to the fleets of FedEx and UPS.
12 right, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Yeah, we broadcasted the last MD-11 arrival into the Twin Cities, by the way, on November 7th. Had an issue with VOD playback of that broadcast, but we were out here to catch it live coming in. Stayed out right till dusk to catch it.
Charlie, hold short over runway 12 right.
Because I left the viewing area not knowing if that would be the final time an MD-11 would arrive in regularly scheduled service into Minneapolis, St. Paul, and it's unlikely. I don't think we're going to see that aircraft fly again. What a sad situation. We had some really good memories, though, with the MD-11 while it lasted. But, of course, it is going to open up because the MD-11s are pretty much done. That is going to increase the chances for 747 flights from Louisville to Minneapolis. So we'll just have to see what happens after peak cargo season is done, right around the end of December.
7. And monitor West Tower now. 123.67. Good day. Actually, let's go 26.7. You'll be on first floor, right? 26.7. Monitor tower 126.7. Good day. Let's go 38.18. Monitor tower 126.7.
Let's take another look at our A321neo arrival. I think that's been the other big side note of the day. Other than all the de-icing action and whatnot. We've seen a pretty good allotment of 321neo activity for Delta today. Holy cow, is that tail taped up pretty good? I think we got some speed tape on the tail. Look at that. So this particular flight is Delta 2644 outbound to Houston. It's Delta mainline service. Registration on this A220-300, November 305, Delta uniform. Next arrival on 12 right will be Delta 1850 from Tampa, Florida.
142 is 36, mighty 100, and contact departure.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Hey, Jan, thanks for doing the deep dive on the history of the Atlas Air 747 that's been in here quite a bit. So November 473 Mike Charlie, delivered initially to Eva Air, converted to a freighter in 2008. All right. There you go. How about that? Our viewers for the win on that. Thanks, guys.
Minneapolis, now right off the time, I want to right, join with you, see if there's jet off your left one. Let's see, they're waiting for you.
Taking a look at our A321 arrival from Tampa.
Number 4828, flight 100, contact departure.
I think it's our next de-icing customer here. Got a Delta 717. Reed 172. Yes, I agree. It is such a great looking aircraft. I love the 321neo. In fact, I have the opportunity in 2022 to fly in a 321neo, but it was not for Delta. It was for American Airlines. There you go. We got Key Lime Air with the ERJ 145. Now arriving on the north parallel, 12 left. I love the Denver Air Connection livery. Love the white, green, and blue. And it's a nice pop of color. Really sporty.
That was 3813. Turn left, heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. That was 3839, the start reback will be
take off.
heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Monitor ground on point 8.
There we go. Type 1 fluid going down on our 717. This is Delta 1817. It's outbound to Newark Liberty.
Runway 17, taxi via Alpha 10. Hold short of runway 12 right.
17 Alpha 10, short of 12 right, Delta 2644.
Delta 2971, monitor tower 126.7. 2% of
Delta 2356 in Minneapolis, tower at Mike Cross runway 12 right, join whiskey.
Cross 12 right on Mike, join whiskey, Delta 2356.
Reed, you're welcome. Glad you're liking the slow-mo replays. I'm a huge sports nut and watch football, pretty much every major sport. It's a staple of every sports broadcast. You got to have that instant replay. But I think it's also helpful too, especially if we just saw something that was of note, to go back and look at it again. Really important storytelling device, I'll tell you what.
Tower at Charlie, cross runway 20, join whiskey, cross runway 4. So good, 2971 Minneapolis Tower, I'm mistaken. Charlie, cross runway 20, join whiskey, cross runway 4. So 2644 Minneapolis Tower at whiskey, bearing, click that out. Cross runway 20, join whiskey.
Alpha 10, cross 12 right, join whiskey, Delta 2224.
Number 2356 at whiskey 10 to the behind company's T-Series from bearing. That was 3813, flight 120, contact departure.
And 4070, monitor tower 12617 today.
Honor 2670, good day, 1049. Also 35 Minneapolis, Tower, wind call, runway 12 right, clear plan. That was 3666, flight 100, contact departure. Today.
You know what? Now that you mention it, Jan, it kind of does. With all the Delta Airbus traffic, looks like a European hub. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, especially all the A330 action we got going on here. Love the 330. Oh yeah, and we've seen plenty of A330 action here today. A350s as well.
Just got an edict now for you.
Love the A350. My second favorite aircraft of all time. Close second only to the Lockheed L-1011 TriStar.
Alright, copy. I will work on this part now. Figure out here.
2644, roger. Other 2973, Minneapolis Tower, wind calm, on that way to the left, clear plan, customer hold up position. Number 4982, Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
The 2227 is the edict time, so 5 before or 5 after is our window to get you airplane. Okay, have that.
There we go. There's more of a wider look here at where we're at, the aircraft viewing area. One of a handful of facilities that get you close to the action. Found at metropolitan airports across the United States, areas like this. They're becoming more common, it seems, at least in some capacity, but the location where this one's at, one of the best viewing spots in the whole country. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. Just based on the views that we get of everything and the surrounding traffic. And we just have a great vantage point of everything. Big thanks to the Metropolitan Airports Commission for putting such a wonderful facility in here in the first place, where us as aviation enthusiasts can come and just the general public can come and enjoy the airport and foster community. You know, this aircraft viewing area has had a lot of memories throughout the years, and we'll have many more. This location's coming up on its 10-year anniversary, too, as well. I think it was opened in 2016, if memory serves.
Switch crew for 12 right, the ice band, plan 17, Delta 1862.
Attack cross, runway 1 right, join whiskey. Cross 1 right, join whiskey, Skyline 1.
Woo. We will certainly be taking another look at that.
right, then taxi via Whiskey Delta, monitor.
A little tipsy on the touchdown from our Southwest arrival.
Delta 2356, fly runway heading, runway 17 for takeoff. Delta 2971, runway 17, line up await. Delta 2644, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
Yeah, whoa. Nice and smooth touchdown, though.
Tower, wind to calm, runway 12 left, third land.
Jan, yeah, this location is completely hassle-free. It's encouraged for all kinds of aviation enthusiasts, folks in the community to come out and enjoy MSP Airport from the viewing area. It's a wonderful facility. We have a very warm and friendly environment for plane spotters out here, and really awesome to be at MSP, I'll tell you what. Yep, viewing area is a designated spot.
Delta 2971, fly runway heading, runway 17, for takeoff.
It is the place to be, I'll tell you what. You can also go to the dog park as well. It's another recreational area that is also welcome for plane spotters to go check out.
356, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Delta 2973, contact ground on point 8.
United 453, Minneapolis ground, push approved, and you're positive DA?
Yes, I agree with this statement. Yeah, we have an airport where we have a lot of different publicly accessible vantage points to do spotting. It's pretty cool.
That was 4070, affirmative. Cancel instructions, hold short, runway 17.
Perfect, 17 for departure, United 453. 17, United 453.
For Minneapolis Tower, wind calm, runway 12 range, quick land.
Gordon, I don't think that I have, no.
Delta 2971, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
Right now, your edict is 2144, but we all also have a call for this program, so we'll give them a call. I'll let you know as soon as I have a hard departure window for you. Thank you, United 453.
All right, so it looks like our 717 is just about done here.
Taxi via Papa, monitor ground on point
Some
8.
de-icing.
Here's the push sheet at the top of the alley. There's a Delta on the other side ready to push. I'm going to try to push them as well. You can hold it at the top. Okay, top of the alley. Delta 2612 United, push behind you. They're going to.
All right, we got an interesting arrival coming in here.
For the 12 right there, set 17 for departure. All right, when we have room, push approved for the 12 right there, set 17 for departure. Delta 2612. Johnny 3, Minneapolis ground. Push is approved. Advise ready to reposition. Push approved for 75. Stand by for reposition. Ground over 1862, runway 13 right gate. Taxi via Bravo. Cross runway 4. Bravo cross 4 to 12 right gate. Delta 8.
All right, Marvin is here. So Marvin returning to MSP. It's an employee shuttle. That's what those Beechcraft 1900Ds are used for. It's returning back into Minneapolis, St. Paul. Marvin has a nice fleet of well-maintained Beechcraft 1900Ds. They also have a Cessna Citation. Don't see that out and about too often. It's a pretty cool jet to get out and spot if you happen to encounter it out here. So here we go, November 655, Mike Whiskey.
75,
Welcome back to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Yep, Northern Grace. Yep, that's Marvin Windows. Marvin has a really nice shade of yellow as a part of their company primary color. Or of their primary company colors, I should say. It's a very soothing yellow to look at. Not quite obnoxious and in your face like Spirit, for example.
565 Minneapolis ground. Delta 73 push behind you. Once they're clear the alley out of your way, you push the cruise, it'll be the 12 ATA.
Yeah, Northern Grace, you bet.
Once Delta's clear, we're clear to push the last 565.
Delta 2756 Minneapolis Tower at Bravo 6 Flight Company, Airbus from your last week.
Let's have another look at Southwest. Scooting in on runway 12 right.
Right turn, Whiskey Delta, on ground point 9, Southwest 3204.
Delta 2756 Minneapolis Tower at Mike Cross runway 1 right, then join Whiskey. We do have that time of 2146.
This is Southwest 3204 from Chicago Midway.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 13013, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Savannah 12 right, that's going to be 5.
I'm sure that you were set up for runway 12 right, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, everything looks good.
535, yes, everything looks good.
Ground up at 26 miles, straight back to them. That's perfect, runway 12 right, with taxi, 320.
We got United on the move. All right, give way to the bus, everybody. Got an 8321 on taxiway Whiskey. This is headed out to New York LaGuardia today. All right, now it's Delta 1862's turn to get de-iced. And they're applying the Type 1 de-ice fluid. That's the orange stuff. This flight is outbound to Indianapolis this afternoon. All right, our next arrival on runway 12 right is going to be Sun Country 568 coming in from the Big Apple, New York's JFK. So you got a question about how often is runway 422 used? Rarely. Have to have the weather conditions be just right, or just extreme enough for that to happen. So there's our Delta flight to Naptown, USA. It's the nickname for Indianapolis. All right, so we got one more arrival. It's getting close here to touchdown. And one to your right, SkyWest 3795 from Chicago Midway. I have a protective face covering kind of over my nose and mouth to kind of give my skin a little bit of a break from exposure to the cold elements. Got to make sure that the nose and the face doesn't freeze. You don't want to get frostbite. This United 8319 is outbound to Denver. Go. How about a 2-for-1 de-icing shot there? 717 on the right, and our A322 Indy on the left. All right, so we are getting closer to 3:30 Central Standard Time here this afternoon. We're just tuning in. Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. for some cold and fun winter plane spotting today. Just as a heads up, folks, coming up in about 55-ish minutes. Not 55-ish minutes, 25-ish minutes, beg your pardon. Should have the start of our next little wave of heavy action. We'll have Delta 170 Heavy arrive from Seoul, South Korea on the south parallel runway 12 right. Delta 160 Heavy to Amsterdam. It says due out at about around 4 p.m. Scheduled departure time was supposed to be in 5 minutes, but is now adjusted for 3:55 p.m. Of course, they have to get de-iced as well. So hopefully we'll get to see the 330 over here on the 12 right de-ice pad soon. Go. How about that? The Sol Falcon. There's a few flurries that are starting to fly about. De-icing. Got somebody watching our broadcast inside their warm car behind us. We'll give you a shout out here in just a minute. We've got to get this arrival coming in. We got Alaska headed over this way too, I think, for de-icing. Oh boy. Oh yeah, we got a 757 inbound. And it's the Dash 300 stretched flying pencil. Let's take another look. Super fun stuff. By the way, all 16 of Delta's 757-300s are former Northwest equipment. They were all delivered to Northwest Airlines in the early 2000s. In fact, Northwest, following the conclusion of production of the 757-300 and 757 production in total, Northwest wanted to sneak a few more orders out from Boeing, but Boeing's like, hey, we're not making this thing anymore. You're kind of SOL. So everyone was like, bummer. But I'll tell you what, those aircrafts played a pivotal role in Northwest's fleet strategy, and they still play a pivotal role for Delta. Almost, and in fact, in most cases, more than 2 decades later, they still are a critical component of Delta's short and medium haul network. So Nicole watching us from behind us at the viewing area. So the spotters have been spotted, as we like to say. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Hope you're keeping warm on a day like this. Yeah, I might need to be de-iced as well when this gets done. Yeah, Jen, you're probably right. All right, let's continue to catch those arrivals marching in. Here's Sun Country. Get a nice close-up look at the touchdown. Get one more arrival. I'll tell you what, I gotta run to my car real quick. So yeah, we're starting to get some heavier flurries now. I gotta cover some of the equipment that's outside. All right, more Sun Country. tell you what, a few flurries didn't hurt nobody. So, for those of you who are wondering if I work at the airport, nope. I have other work. Tony, yeah, that's certainly something that can feel like an eternity, especially when you're on board getting de-iced. It kind of felt like that when I've been de-iced before on my flights out of the Twin Cities. It's starting to get pretty busy. All right, let's catch our next arrival from Sun Country. Take another look at our Sun Country arrival. Oh yeah, Type 4 de-ice fluids going on the leading edge of the 737 900 ER's wings that we're going to look at here in just a minute. Yeah, Type 4 de-icing fluid, that's that green stuff that they're applying to the leading edge of the wings. And I got a strong whiff of whatever scent that was. we're smelling the de-icing fluid. I think the wind is blowing in just the right, or gusting in just the right direction. Oh yeah, that would explain it. Oh yeah. It's a very light, gentle breeze. Wind has kind of shifted more towards us at the viewing area. Well, that'll certainly carry the de-icing scent all the way over here, if it has a smell. Look at those green wings. Yeah, the wind was kind of going right at me at the viewing area. I picked up a whiff of something. I want to say it's the de-icing fluid. Izzy, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, it's really cool to watch the de-icing. Even on the every day, you see them everywhere, mundane 737s. It's fun to watch. On the 350s, when they do the heavy aircraft, well, that's even more fun. And we got to catch that earlier on in the broadcast. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at American. Well, we got a smorgasbord of different de-icing shots here from the viewing area. Nice and up close. I'll tell you what, it's a charcuterie board of planes getting de-iced. Yeah, and all those engines are... I can turn down the microphones just a little bit. There you go. Should be easier to hear me now. All right, so if you are enjoying the de-icing action and all the other wonderful plane spotting today, if you like what you see, hey, smash that like button and feel free to subscribe as well, so you stay notified when we go live back out here at the viewing area for some more winter vibes on MSP Live. So our show is far from over. We still have quite a bit to catch here. Got about another hour or so to go on the program. We'll have Delta 170 coming in from Seoul with the A350. We'll have 160 departing to AMS with the 330. And more.
We were planned 12 left, but we can do
saying, are they looking, are you ready to arrival? This is from Chicago O'Hare. Flight 2298. A321 might be done getting de-iced here. Yeah, looks like they're ready.
Okay, Alpha, runway 14, and then short of Quebec for United 2298.
Number 4962, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa Cross, runway 22. Country 285, ground push approved, and 177.
All right, we're going to have the WestJet Dash 8 Q400 going out to Regina. It's going to get de-iced on the 12 right pad. There we go. So it's got to wait a little bit here. But that'll be super cool. It's an aircraft that pretty much sticks to the north side for arrivals and departures, like we saw earlier with the arrival. And it will more than likely be departing runway 12 left to head back up to the Great White North in Canada. about that for a shot? Look at that. We got the Dash 8 and the Hercules.
And then there's approved if you need it. Runway heading, runway 17 is
Runway 17 takeoff.
Runway 12 left, taxi via Alpha, and to Alpha, Delta, Alpha, cross runway 420. And 12 left, Alpha.
Hey, Circuit Breaker, welcome. Yeah, C-130. Yep. Back when we caught the arrival. Hope you're keeping warm. I'm trying to do my best out here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Oh, my goodness. Gordon, that's cool to know. Yeah, I'm thinking about when I get my passport stuff all taken care of. Because I don't have my passport yet, and I know I should. I've just been lazy and putting it off. I'd really like to go up to Canada. Check out our neighbors to the north. Especially maybe Fighter Regina and the Q400. Very cool. All right, Alaska is getting underway.
5031, 100 tower, 126 motion. Alpha 3817, DH cruise ready for us, base. Alpha 3817, data. Lead Alpha 3817.
There we go.
2 half star, wind 0906, runway 12 right, for the land.
Here, Delta, hold short, 12 right, super type 1.
Delta 1306, Memphis Tower, at Alpha 10, cross runway 12 right, showing whiskey to kilo 8. The kilo 8, turn left, and short kilo.
At Alpha Dash Alpha 2 right, whiskey, kilo 8, short kilo, cross signal.
Chicago 2025 inbound item 1 to 2 right.
2025 Amstar, wind 0905, 4 miles and trail, regional air, runway 12 right, for the land.
Runway 12 right, Delta 25.
2287 turn right, and 215, sunset departure.
Right, 215,
Oh, yeah, here we go. Face to face with the Bombardier Dash 8 Q400.
1531 Memphis Tower. Traffic 4 out at Charlie Cross, runway 13 right on. Cross runway 4.
I'll tell you what, how cool is this?
Double 1306, rear wheels up, fuel air, 3 to 6, pass, and those 54.
Wheels up, 3 to 6 pass, double 1306. Go 5 the Embraer on Alpha waits for you, approximately 4 on top. That's 4 on top, for Alpha 525. Slow it down to 4. We're going to be next to you. 1661 left ground, push approved, and tunnel 2 left side. 1661 left ground, push approved.
Tower will wind to 0905, runway 12 right, clear 2 lanes.
Line 1 right, go on. 4130, there's traffic coming in. Are you able to get into the path?
Elon Bite says hello from the KC area. All right, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Glad you could join us for some plane spotting here from the viewing area. I'll tell you what, It's been a fabulous outing here today. Starting to see some more flurries fly.
And 467, push approved.
Take another look at our arrival.
Join that hold short of runway 17. And we're short of 17. 230, 61, thank you, and we're going to call 123.67. On your Sun Country.
Your 3061 at Tar at the 7 stops, runway 17 joins kilos for runway 17.
There you go. Got a nice close-up of our CRJ 700 arriving.
American 1198, runway 17, back to the Alpha 10, hold short of runway
13. We're going to swing around here, catch our next arrival. Let's take another look at our 757 touchdown. I think we got a heavy up next for arrival. And it is Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul is here.
Heavy runway 12 left, iPad taxi via Alpha.
All right, so 160 Heavy, they've been instructed to go to the north parallel de-ice pad. Because I'll tell you what, the one to your right de-ice pad is looking a bit too full right now. All right, here we go, everybody. Here is Delta 170 Heavy with the A350 from Seoul. Give way to an opposite direction and we're taxiing around that bush. They'll rejoin you back on the other side.
Alright, we'll taxi around that sky right forward.
Sorry, Alpha Scout 3965. You'll give way to the opposite direction traffic.
Give away opposite traffic.
Scout 4262. Come to corner to Papa, taxi around that bush, and then rejoin you back.
Alright, corner Papa.
Sun Country 3061, runway 17, line up and wing.
All right, here we go.
1817.
Here's another look. All right, we got Shamrock arriving on the north parallel. Aer Lingus from Dublin is here.
4262. After that opposite direction, Embraer, and then you can taxi around the push and rejoin Quebec.
After the Embraer, we'll taxi around the push and rejoin Quebec. That's right. Around and out. 170 Heavy,
170 Heavy, Rebel Ground taxi via Alpha.
Alright, we'll taxi via Alpha, Delta. Ground up to 225, 12 left pass, or bring taxi 170.
Taxi via Papa Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
Papa Mike, Hold short of 12 right, Delta.
Victor 285, runway 17, taxi via Zulu Kilo. 25 miles an hour, 123.67.
23.67, 5.
Let's go 3965, we'll turn to Mike. Turn to Mike. 1661, runway 12 left, pad taxi via Papa, cross 22, hold turn to Mike.
12 left, pad Papa, cross 22, hold short, Mike, Delta.
All right, we'll take another look at Aer Lingus arriving in now some flurry activity at MSP. It's starting to get a little snowy out here. The visibility is starting to take a dip. I'm gonna go check my radar here.
1025, Thunder Tower, 126.7.
67, Delta, 1025, going.
3965 behind
Well,
that.
there's certainly thin bands of flurries that are about there to our
17 join Lima cross
southeast right now.
Shamrock 99, runway taxi via Papa.
So there we go. We got 170 heavy. We got Shamrock coming in on the north side.
Hold short of spot 95. Let me know when they call you.
Then, of course, don't forget everybody. We got Delta 160.
For 5063, it looks like it's out behind them.
We'll be outbound to Amsterdam. Thinking that will be the finale of our broadcast here this afternoon.
And I should do Papa Mike go back to that.
Mike, put back after passing
285 Modern Tower, first contact tower 123.6.
Oh, yeah. We got the Type 4. The green de-icing fluid, the anti-ice, now being applied. They're getting the leading edges of those horizontal stabilizers.
Quebec, Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
Sorry, United 467. Looks like we're unable to do runway 17. We're going to need runway 12 right.
That's it, sorry about that. Runway 12 right via Quebec, Charlie Alpha, cross runway 22.
Quebec, Charlie Alpha, cross runway 22, runway 12 right, United 467.
Shamrock 99, wait for United to clear your gate before taxiing in.
Wait for United to clear the gate before taxiing in.
So it looks like somebody needs runway 12 right for departure. And that would be for performance reasons.
Delta 1306, turn left heading 160, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
4270, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 22. 160 heavy, continue on hotel, hold short of Quebec.
All right, let's take a look at our Dash 8.
United 2298, are we able to start making our way over towards exit 6, please?
United 2298, taxi via runway 4 and Papa. Turn into the gate behind the opposite direction, Aer Lingus, they're going to echo 12.
Okay, via runway 4, right guard on Papa, behind the Aer Lingus for United 2298.
Restaurant, push approved.
So it looks like they shut down both engines on the Q400 with the de-icing, of course, which would make sense.
1025, and then the route, turn left Kilo 8, and short of Kilo.
Left turn, Kilo 8, hold short of Kilo.
All right, we're going to catch this incoming arrival here. It's a Delta 319.
Radio 30 right back. 2462. Papa, Charlie, and hold short number 912 right.
There we go. Where's our Dash 8 Q400 again, everybody?
2462, taxi off. Alpha, 2462.
Yep, 319 is the so-called baby bus.
I got you 285, 1005, flight runway heading, runway 17, cleared.
Earl's Aviation, yeah, how about that autocorrect?
So the 1542
we also call it the minibus.
Runway 17, behind United from the left, taxi via Alpha, Alpha 10, hold short of runway 12 right.
United taxi 170 and Alpha, Alpha 10, 0 right.
Central aircraft right up departure to Zulu, current 1100 at 5, altimeter 2997.
8, you know what? This is a misty. Let me play back. Let's look at
Yep, circuit breaker. Alex, smart of you to not go to MSP Saturday, right? Around -7. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're not going to be doing anything this weekend, I'll tell you what. Yeah, when you have temperatures like that, I mean, wind or no wind, it becomes dangerous. You know, you'll get frostbite within minutes. I am not, under any circumstances, going to subject myself to being out in that for hours and deal with complications of that afterwards. Not fun.
So I got you 2.
Although Monday we should have a nice warm-up, though.
Contact departure.
So we should be back live on Monday is what I'm thinking next week. And then next week, really, there will be several days next week where we will have quite a bit of a warm-up.
1025, we got a wheels up of 12 past.
And of course, that is welcome news for us at MSP Live. That means that we'll have more opportunities, you know, given the conditions are right, to go out and catch more of the action up close here at MSP for you.
Jeff 308, runway 17, taxi via Papa Charlie, and hold short of runway 12 right.
Tower United 460, holding short 12 right. Be advised, only 30 seconds on the runway.
United 467, Roger, runway 12 right, line up and wait. Just let me know when you're ready.
Line up and wait, runway 12 right, United 467.
1025, runway 17.
All right, United 467. That was the flight earlier that requested to take 12 right for performance reasons. It's a United A320.
Runway 12 right, pad, taxi via Quebec, Mike, Bravo, cross.
I wonder where they are headed. Oh, yeah. They're headed to San Francisco. It's flight 467.
And 12 left for departure. 1542, if over the Monitor Tower, 126.7. Go 3531, Monitor Tower, 126.7. Southwest 3834, I'm going to ground push approved. Remote apron pad.
Push approved, loading bad, and we have information. Zulu, total is 3834.
So there's our United flight.
467 when you're all set. Winds 1105, fly heading 120. Runway 12 right. Clear for takeoff.
Okay, when we're ready, heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff, United 467.
The 17, yeah, I said 100, 137. Ground up at 377. I don't know if they'll have room for you in there with the heavy.
All right, so United to San Francisco needs a little bit of time. All right, so they're going to normalize the engine power in the number 1 and number 2 engines after applying the throttle lightly, and then it's Toga, takeoff, go around power. Here they go.
Aviation 1023, number 7 1104, runway 12 right, third line.
I'll tell you what, that is one loaded 8319. Have a great flight to San Francisco tonight.
Central, have your permission to tow? Thanks for having me. Keep you out. Central, heavy.
Oh, you know what? How about this? Get the Q400 getting de-iced on the left.
312 right.
Then on the right is our A330 to Amsterdam. I think we will wrap up our show tonight with the departure of 160 Heavy. So our Q400 is going to go to the north parallel to depart. Of course, we want the big Heavy. Should kick up quite a bit of snow at the end of the runway. And those big engines spool up.
Yes, 12 left, we're ready to start.
Thank you, runway 12 left, back to the Apollo.
12 left, the Apollo Delta.
308, under power, 617. Southwest 2236, Minneapolis ground, push approved. Push approved, Southwest 2236.
Ground Southwest 3834, taxi, information Zulu, positive DI.
Southwest 3234,
All right, Bemidji Aviation is here. The Swearingen Fairchild Metroliner. Out of all the things that have changed throughout the years at MSP Airport, the constant variable has been always seeing these things run around. So whether they've flown for Northwest Airlink in feeder service for Masaba, or for Bemidji Aviation, which is aircraft is flying for. They're always fun to spot. All right, I think we might get a mic taxi here.
Alpha ground point 9, Delta 23.
Delta 36, runway 12 right, de-ice pad, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Bravo, cross runway 22 and hold short of taxiway right.
Oh yeah, check this out. Here's our key line mare, ERJ.
2236, runway intersection terminal 2 pads, taxi via Delta, Charlie and control point 11N.
Charlie, control 11, stop at 2266.
Ground Delta 2392, we're joining Alpha going to Foxtrot 4.
2392, taxi via Alpha.
Alpha Delta 2392.
Got 3531, turn right heading 215, contact departure, good day.
How cool is that? Seen the key lime ERJ close up quite a few times today.
$35.97, taxi pop from 100.9, good.
See you, Earl.
Tower, Sun Country 3054, ILS 12 right.
Pensy Plains, hey, welcome.
703054, wind 0806, turn out direct, by the way.
12 right, turn line, Sun Country 3054.
Key line 308, wind 0806, turn left heading 140, running 1776.
G-Man 5051. Yeah, that would actually kind of be nice. I have these little rechargeable electric hand warmers, but I need to constantly keep recharging them every so often just because they They go out. They do not hold a charge for very long. Here, let me show you guys what they look like. All right, so I'm going to zoom out here so I can show you. Talking about these guys right here. See, it's on. They're okay. Should probably get the package of those little hotties. The little hand warmers that you shake and they get all nice and warm. You stick them in your gloves. Those ones. All right, we will see what 160 Heavy is doing.
4130, Romeo 1 Select, next to be a pop across from my 4.
Oh, Lexia, interesting. Nice. I saw 353 in AMS. Very cool. Yeah, it's always fun to see an aircraft in person and then catch it on a stream or on a video later on that you'll run into. And I'm like, oh, hey, I think I've seen that before. Yeah, I'm not sure what 160 Heavy is doing here, but we're running out of available daylight. We'll get, I think, one more arrival here. So 160 Heavy's not... It's not a whole lot of data right now for 160 Heavy as to the status of its departure, whether it's going to be later than 4:30.
Sun Country 107, connected to the ice head, 17 the ice head, taxi, Era.
Page 107, runway 17, via Zulu and Whiskey.
Zulu Whiskey to 17, Sun Country 107.
Ground 94, push complete.
Supposed to get out of here at 3:54, and here we are at 4:23.
Monitor 12367.
12367, 34.
Apologies for the beeping, everybody. That's my scanner barking at me saying, hey, I'm running low on batteries.
Mike Sierra, November, short of 17.
With Victor on runway 42, Mike Sierra on November, full short 1.
There we go. Yeah, 160 Heavy's taking a little bit too long, so...
24, come hold position, kilo 3 cross 17, Lima, and cross 4.
I think you might have to wait another time to catch 160 because daylight's quickly fading. Yeah, and I'm cold. Ay, caramba. Well, before we get going, I want to take the time to let you know that MSP Airport Live is proudly supported by Jet Set Shirts. Hey, if you know somebody that's big into aviation, or hey, maybe it's yourself, now's the time to visit the link in the description below on jetsetshirts.com and get them a fabulous piece of aviation merch kit. They got a wonderful selection of really cool and fun designs that are inspired for av geeks and for travel enthusiasts. It's all there. It's all on Jet Set Shirts. We'll have our own MSP Live Jet Set collabs coming out pretty soon here, hopefully. So go to jetsetshirts.com and get your merch today and wear the Jet Set life. And of course, speaking of gifts, how about getting some from the purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast? We're proudly supported by DG Pilot. Check them out online 24/7 at dgpilot.com. And get yourself or someone else a much needed aviation gift. We got a mic taxi. We're going to catch that here real quick. Yeah, Megan, you're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, hold on. Don't go away, folks. I think, you know what? 160 Heavy, they're on the move right now. Oh, no. I'm sorry for sending you guys away too early. 160 Heavy's on the move. I don't know. Maybe I was a little bit too impatient. Keep it right here, everybody. 160 is making its way over. We'll end on this. Look at that. All right, good to know the most if you haven't left yet. I was gonna dip. And then 160 Heavy's like, hey, wait for me. I haven't left yet. Kflin 15 says, I'm still here. All right, cool. All right, so we're going to wait for 160 heavy. Now, there are a couple of arrivals on approach for 12 right. That 160 heavy, by the time that it gets down to the threshold of 12 right, should be good to go. Anyway, we'll just have to wait and see. Hey, Carol Ann. Hello, everyone. Well, hello to you. We're kind of at the tail end of our broadcast here. We're waiting for Delta 160 Heavy to depart. Oh, wait a minute. The Q400 is going to take off on 12 right? No way! All right, here we go. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm glad we stayed to catch that. Holy cow. Oh, we got an A300 as well. Hey, hey. Smoky on the brakes, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I said, all right, we're about to end it, and then all the heavies are like, hey, what are you doing? The 330 now going out to Amsterdam. We have that A300 coming from Louisville. That's FedEx 767 from Memphis, the Dash 8 Q400's like, hey, I want my turn. Well, you know, you always try and end it on a good note. How about several? My goodness. It's like one after the other. How about this? What a finale to our live show. What would really top it all off is we had the A300 taxi on Mike. All right, here goes our flight to Amsterdam. 160 heavy now on the roll. All right, everybody, there we go. How about that finish? Spectacular. And Brian Dietrich, hey, thank you so much. All right, let's give a big hand for Brian. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Great job. Loving it. Stay warm. I will absolutely do so. Thank you so much. Brian, ending with a nice super chat. All right, I want to thank everybody for watching today. You've been a wonderful audience. Enjoyed hanging out with you. Looking forward to picking it right back up next week with more winter spotting action here from MSP Airport. Much more to come. Well, wish we could stay in spot, but it is time for me to say good night from MSP Airport. We'll see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. And until then, happy spotting, everybody. Stay warm out there. See you soon.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom, where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.